章都有一张这个口译频道表哦。那司仪这边也来提醒大家，频道0是华语，频道1是英语，频道2是阿美语，频道3是布农语，频道4是排湾语，频道5是泰雅语，频道6是太鲁阁语。那耳机的设定，如果有任何的疑问哦，都可以跟我们现场穿着红色背心的工作人员来请教，我们工作人员都很乐意来去做协助哦。For the benefits of these events, we have simultaneous interpretation for Indigenous languages, English and Chinese. The Chinese interpretation will be at channel 0 and the English will be at channel 1. Our staff are more than happy to help if there's any problem with the equipment. 好，再次感谢大家的配合哦，谢谢。那有任何的问题都可以跟我们现场穿着红色工作背心的同仁来举个手来反映。那趁这个时间，大家可以试试看这个口译耳机哦，听听看口译耳机有没有。
西兰岛。啊，才几岁？应该是很多有啊耶啊，come on yeah。所以他们跟他们又是不同。
好，请现场各位贵宾掌声欢迎原住民族委员会议将。
With a round of applause, we would like to welcome the Minister Ijang Baro.
Of the Council of Indigenous Peoples with a warm round of applause.
嗨，在内大大伯伯那汉印尼以上诸位买来。
欢迎主委还有所有的贵宾，请主委就座。
哎，今下没有买来的内拉罗多诺。
好，在进入我们正式的议程之前呢，我们首先要邀请所有的与会贵宾先一起合影留念。那我们的大会摄影师已经准备好了，会从舞台上方往座位区拍摄，大家留在座位上就可以了。To invite everyone to have a group photo. Please remain at your seats, and our photographer will be shooting from the stage. 好，请大家看向舞台，我们竖起大拇指，一起用泰雅语来跟大家打招呼哦。来 ，please put your thumb up and say "Lokasu" when we count to 3. Okay? 1, 2, 3.
Lokasu。
好，摄影大哥可以吗？好，我们在第2章哦。那刚刚提到我身边这个是塞夏族的一代，那请一代来教我们塞夏族语怎么打招呼。
待会呢，我们就一起说敬瓦伊。
That's the Sasyat language for greetings. So, on the count of 3, we hold up our thumbs. Very good. Okay, one more photograph. We should take one more shot. Okay, now for this one, we would like for people to stay still for 3 seconds, and we're going to say Ginglake in the Sasyat language. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Put on your headset for interpretation.
Ai malo ini mun katinin hello. Rai rusatian ol samya hoto tinal emah ini amah darang kakun etul nuka sasin sin reho ka kapayakai ita amkis al alai lao.
2023年南
The 2023 Forum on the Revitalization of Indigenous Austronesian Languages will now begin. Hello everyone, and ladies and gentlemen, all of our public and private departments promoting Indigenous language revitalization, our friends from around the world and all of our friends online. I am one of the MC. I am Sayun Dosu of the Dayan people.
Kah oan kaitan yami kamatintin ala amar mardas ini mun amah dadang ini nuka sasin sin reho ka kapayakai ka huao. 大家好，我是来自八卦里部落的Iti.
Hello everyone, I am Iti from Akwali of the Sasyat. Since 2019, the CIP has been hosting the Forum on the Revitalization of Austronesian Languages. In Palau, we invited traditional leaders, politicians, experts, and scholars from the Pacific area to talk about the origin of the Austronesian languages and to share our strategies on language revitalization. Last year, we worked with experts and scholars and linguists and government agencies on the preservation of Austronesian languages and its policies and teaching experiences. Taiwan is the earliest source of the Proto-Austronesian language. In 2017, we adopted the Indigenous Languages Development Act. This year, we are also exchanging our experiences with Canada and New Zealand on our policies for language development.
Imararam ka kamakiskat ki imararam ka kamatuturu itamuela dini taturu mita Taiwan marai rusak tian o lampodo ya hat tinal umah haidai laga dadang ini nuka kapayakai kahuau.
那接下来呢？
Next, we would like to invite the Lukai Clouded Leopard Cultural Arts Troupe to open our forum. They will be bringing 3 performances for blessing and for gathering.
文化艺术团为了打巴多白色啦，因为那条卡皮纳多那基诺，
请大家掌声欢迎。
With the troupe.
Uno ila.
Ila, Takipolo.
Kakak Sabah, Agili Sabah.
Sabah.
Kaingu, ila tapasaki ili.
Sabah, Maganal.
Sinanai kai sinai ki trâu trâu rằng. Lalu alu medana, lalu alu medana, sini kau lemana. Sini kau lemana na ilu alem no ai. ini lo mama de ana de ai au ai ni.
Agili, ila takira ragai.
Oh no, takirarakai.
Ila takira ragai.
Oh no takira rakai.
Oh no, ila. Ita pusili buruku nasi mamilingan naruma ai madana iya si
Daya kui anu minaruma ai mata nalu lama likai siri buraruma ai madana neli ai ni.
ila kubaka numisi daya kuia numinaruma ai madana iya si
Daya kui anu minaruma ai madana lama likai siri buraruma ai madana neli ai ni.
ita pusili buruku nasi mamilingan naruma ai madana iya si
Daya kui anu minaruma ai madana lama likai siri buraruma ai madana neli ai ni. Dua rusa dana dalaluma ai madana lama likai siri buraruma ai madana.
Ira, salada.
再一次掌声谢谢，掌声谢谢。
Another round of applause for the Lukai Clouded Leopard Cultural Arts Troupe for their wonderful performance. Next, with a short clip, we would like to take everyone back on our journey of the revitalization of Austronesian languages and to present our agenda today and our speakers.
Mulai soal penataran hawi, ada iaiku soal penataran agar di Taiwan, di Amis, di Taiwan, di Timur Tengah, Sai, New Zealand, di mata jasa jadau, wali Tengah Sai, Fuho Jedau.
Kalau mana Koi meron pokona, im kono no lok kaji ne wa ini. Kaji na ilang kain, echuan kaji neo, im armi na ilang kain, ela bayar kau de ye, im kaji baro gay.
Uswa no inak ako ko sa papulo numako I anini ang ahay kita mapo long pagay to sabi falis to swal kekay tanah sa mafana to ipapuluan numako.
古南岛语族大约在距离现在4200年到4000年之间，从台湾向南扩散到菲律宾。他们大约在距离现在3500年前，分别到了婆罗洲，到了苏拉维西。
起源地在哪里？在台湾。为什么？台湾的语言彼此差异最大菲律宾、印尼、马来西亚，不管哪个地方，没有地方的语言差异度像台湾那么大。
Having seen this video, I am sure today we would like to thank all of our friends and guests for being here today. I would like to introduce our guests. First of all, thank you, Minister, and our Mr. Martin Laflamme of Canadian Trade Office in Taipei, and Chairman Maraus of the Indigenous Peoples Cultural Foundation. Have from our cities and counties, different levels here today. Thank you for being here. And we also, our government officials from in Indigenous areas. I know some of them have participated personally today. I would like to thank and all of our from the video we could see the languages are the source of all of our revitalization efforts. So first of all, I would like to invite the person who has been leading all the efforts and speaking Indigenous language in all events and really promoting with action the revitalization of the Indigenous languages. I would like to invite to the stage Minister Ijang Baru of Council of Indigenous Peoples on stage. I would like to remind everyone to put on your headset because this minister will be delivering his speech in Amis language. Delegates from Canada and New Zealand, members of the Diplomatic Corps, colleagues from language promotion organizations, ladies and gentlemen, and all of our friends watching online, good morning. Today, I am speaking in the Amis language. And through simultaneous interpreting, you can all understand me immediately. I hope that in the future, Indigenous peoples from all around the world can proudly speak our own languages and use our own languages to hold various events and conferences. I would like to welcome everyone to the Forum on the Revitalization and Exchange of the Austronesian Languages. This year, with Indigenous Languages Development Policy as theme, we invite speakers from Canada and New Zealand to explore with us the current status of Indigenous language promotion. The government of Taiwan has practiced for the past 5 decades the assimilation policy, banning indigenous peoples from speaking indigenous languages. But on August 1st, 2016, President Tsai Ing-wen apologized to indigenous peoples on behalf of the government. And on June 14th, 2017, the Indigenous Languages Development Act was adopted at the Legislative Yuan, completing the protection of the preservation, teaching, learning, promotion, and research of indigenous languages. Today, Canada and New Zealand join Taiwan in this forum to exchange experiences on language policies. Together, we look back at the loss of indigenous languages and share the various language revitalization policies currently in place and reference for our future efforts in language revitalization. Together, we will implement the program launched by UNESCO in 2022, the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Let us march forward to pass on indigenous languages. I wish you all health and happiness. Alai, thank you. Thank you, Minister. I hope that in the future, everyone can speak in your own indigenous language. Now, I would also like to introduce Deputy Minister Luyak Isao of the Council of Indigenous Peoples and our Deputy Minister Zalifa Gadu of the Council of Indigenous Peoples, and coming all the way to Taiwan, Township Mayor Shen Qiuhua, and from Miaoli Nanzhuang Township, Luo Chunlian. Thank you for being here. Okay, that's the end of our opening ceremony. And I would like to explain our following process and our rule of procedure before we begin our First session will be on the Indigenous Languages Development Policies of Canada. Afterward, there will be an hour and a half for lunch, and we will begin at 1:30 in the afternoon for our 2 afternoon sessions. The first one will be Indigenous Languages Development Policies of Taiwan, ending at 3, with 30 minutes of tea break. And the final session in the afternoon is Indigenous Languages Development Policies of New Zealand, which will end at 5. I would like to remind you that our moderators will have 5 minutes to speak, and each speaker will have 35 minutes. And we will remind you with a bell and a plaque that we will be holding up 2 minutes before the end of your time, and also before and for the last minute of your time. I hope that we will all keep to the time.
In 2019, Canada passed Indigenous Languages Act, and it also declared to be on board with UNESCO the 10-year action plan for Indigenous languages. The topic of the first session would be the Indigenous Language Development Policy in Canada, and will invite a presenter and 2 panelists to introduce to us how this act influenced the development of Canada's Indigenous Languages.
Inhahal kahini liang he guo jiao ke wen zu zhi ga ka holoyon ida kaita minta kapararang mina aha kumsa hini sai Canada la tia nuka sasin sin dai ho ka kapaya kai nakinu ka kun itol ita pawai hi la tia ita ta pap na bihnahan.
那我们欢迎这个场次的主持人，原住民族委员会钟新华在地瓦嘎杜副主委，我们的讲者加拿大语言博物馆 Elaine Go 馆长。
Now, please put your hands together to welcome the director of Canada's Language Museum.
推动组织中文关喜富拉告计划主持人上台就座。Now let's put the Deputy Minister of the Council. Keynote speaker Dr. Elaine Go, the director of Canadian Language Museum, and the plenary speaker Login Nobujang, the CEO of Indigenous Language Research and Development Foundation, and Shifu Lagao, the project leader of the Amis Language. Please be seated. 好，我们接下来就把时间交给这个场次的主持人。
Next, we would like to turn the floor over to the moderator of this session. I'm very delighted to see you all at this forum. I am Salibak Gadu. I'm currently serving as the Deputy Minister at Council of Indigenous Peoples. I feel privileged to have this opportunity to moderate this session. I'd like to introduce to you the keynote speaker and also 2 panelists. It is indeed a pleasure to see you all traveling from all over our country. And also, I would like to welcome our guests traveling from abroad. Thank you for gracing this forum with your presence. As you can see in our conference proceedings, in the first session, we'll find out how Canada has undertaken efforts to revitalize Indigenous languages. It is indeed a pleasure that we are able to hear from Ms. Elaine Gold. And Elaine, the name sounds similar to Alain. in our indigenous community, for chief, that's the name for the chief. Elaine established the Language Museum in Canada. She currently serves as the director. I'd like to welcome her. I'd like to thank her for traveling all the way to Taiwan to share with us what efforts they have undertaken to promote revitalization of indigenous languages. And we have two panelists. The first one is Login. He's currently serving as the CEO of Language Research, Indigenous Language Research and Development Foundation. He's good looking. He also speaks his own indigenous language. And the second panelist is Sifu. He has been working really hard to promote revitalization of Amis language. And so please join me in welcoming the keynote speaker and the two panelists. So without further ado, I'd like to turn the floor over to Elaine.
So thank you so much. I am very, very honored to have been invited here and to be speaking before such an esteemed group. In Canada, when we gather to discuss many different matters, we always begin with an acknowledgement of the indigenous language, of the indigenous tribe that traditionally lived in that area. And so before I begin, I want to acknowledge that this is the traditional land of the Katagalan people here. Before I talk, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, before I begin talking about language policies, I want to give you some background about the Indigenous languages in Canada. So, as you see here, there are more than 70 Indigenous languages in Canada, and they're divided into 12 language families, which are represented by the spiral of circles there. The three largest language families are the Algonquian language, the red circle, the Inuit languages, the blue circle, and the purple circle, the Athabascan languages. They together represent over 90% of Indigenous language speakers. The largest and most widespread languages spoken are Cree, Inuktitut, and Anishinaabe-Moan, which is also known as Ojibwe. And I will be coming back and speaking more about these languages as we go on. I wanted to give you some idea of where these languages are spoken in Canada. So this is a map showing the approximate location of the language groups before colonial contact. And you can see that the Inuit are in the orange area in the north of Canada, and that's north of the tree line. So they live above where there are no more trees. The Algonquian language, we talked about the Cree and Ojibwe languages being very large, is in purple and spreads right across the country, and today even a little bit further to the west and to the north. I will be also mentioning the Iroquoian languages down here at the south end of Canada. And there are very many languages on the west coast of Canada where the mountain range is in British Columbia. They're very small and isolated. What I want to point out that language retention is in the northern isolated communities where Indigenous people are in the majority. Most of the non-Indigenous people in Canada live in a band along the south of Canada, less than a quarter of the territory of Canada where non-Indigenous people live. I also wanted to compare a political map of Canada with the map showing where Indigenous people live. So Canada has 10 provinces in the south here, and 3 territorial overlap between the political divisions of Canada and the locations of Indigenous languages, except for the Inuit. 25 years ago, the self-governing territory of Nunavut was created, could be self-governing, and Nunavut took over some territory from the Northwest Territories. And you can see from the map, it doesn't include everywhere where the Inuit live. It doesn't include northern Quebec or up in the north of Yukon, but most of the Inuit people live there. This slide at the top is taken from our most recent census. So Canada has a census every 5 years, and there are a lot of questions about languages. There's a question about what is your first language? So what is the first language that you spoke? What is your mother tongue? What languages do you speak at home? What language do you speak the most at home? What languages can you carry on a conversation in? For Indigenous languages, all of these aspects of language retention have been declining over the past 50 years. So no matter what aspect you look at, home language, mother tongue, able to carry on a conversation, they pretty well all have been in decline. So all of the languages are at risk to some extent. So there are 237,000 Indigenous people who reported speaking a language, an Indigenous language, well enough to conduct a conversation, down from 2016, and represents 13% of the Indigenous population community, whereas in a small southern community, you might have 1%. So the average is not that helpful in understanding what's happening with language revitalization. How many Indigenous people in Canada? Close to 2 million, and that represents about 5% of Canada's population. Indigenous people in Canada identify as one of 3 groups. The largest group is the First Nations group, and that would be the group that previously would be known as Indians, so now called First Nations. The next largest group are the Métis, and the Métis would not have been on the map that I showed you of Indigenous languages because Métis are mixed between French people, the French colonizers, so the French more fur traders, and the Algonquian people that they intermarried with, so primarily Cree, and they have their own language, which is Michif. So about more than 500,000 people in Canada identify as Métis, and then about 70,000 as Inuit. So those are the 3 groups of Indigenous people. Now again, I took this top one from the census where they try to put a positive spin on things and say there are a diversity of Indigenous languages spoken across Canada, some growing and some in decline. Now in what sense are Indigenous languages growing? For some of the languages, there has been an increase in second language speakers. So there is a renewed interest in adults going back and learning their mother tongue, their home language that they never learned as a child. So for some of the languages, there has been a slight increase in the number of speakers since the last census. And this image here, the bluer the language, the more increase there has been in speakers, and the pinker the language, the more of a decrease. So you can see that for Cree languages, pretty well stayed the same. For the Inuit languages, there has been a slight increase. And actually for Michif, which is up at the top there, you can see that it's showing as black with 1,800 speakers. So there aren't many speakers of the Métis language, Michif, but there has been an increase since the last census. Another thing that I just wanted to point out here in terms of how do you analyze the numbers, what's happening with languages, we say that Cree is the biggest language because there are 86,000 speakers. But if you look at what's spoken primarily at the home in evaluating the health of a language, The Inuit languages are actually much healthier than the Cree language because more than 50% of the speakers of the Inuit languages speak it primarily at home. So you have to look at those numbers too. And you can see here that for the bottom languages that I happen to include here, Michif, Haida, and Cayuga, there were no statistics at all available for speaking primarily at home, which suggests to me that for none of those languages are spoken as the primary language at home. So they're at great risk. So Canada has a very complex language landscape, and we are no strangers to Languages Act. So Languages Act is part of Canada's environment. Everyone knows about Language Acts. And that's because we had our official Language Act back in 1969. So English and French are both official languages in Canada. And one thing that I wanted to point out is that there's a lot of support for English and French minority communities. So where it's English predominant, but a French minority community, there is government funding for education. And this is something that when we talk about the Indigenous Languages Act, that Indigenous people compare the Indigenous Language Act with the Official Languages Act, and they see it lacking in terms of the rights that it's giving them. The other language acts that people in Canada are very aware of are the number of laws that are passed to support French. So even though there are 8 million French speakers in Canada, you might not think that's an endangered language, they feel that being within a sea of English in North America, that their language and culture, that they are at risk. And there are a lot of laws protecting French in Quebec. And again, Indigenous people look to those laws as examples, laws that talk about signage in stores and language in the workplace, language at school, language services at hospitals. They look to those as well for models. On top of that, Canadians in general understand the connection between language and identity. This is not a foreign concept at all because we are such a multilingual society. So the Canadian Multiculturalism Act includes provisions to preserve and enhance the use of languages other than English and French. So this was not aimed at Indigenous languages. This was aimed at other immigrant languages to Canada. So to point out here how multicultural Canada is, there are 21 heritage languages with more than 100,000 speakers. Okay, so that's 21 languages with more speakers than any Indigenous language in Canada. Now, Mandarin is the largest language in Canada after English and French, with almost 700,000 speakers. Cantonese close behind, with just over 500,000 speakers. And each of these are more than double the total number of Indigenous speakers. So again, just to give you an idea of the language variety in Canada. The most important thing that has happened in Canada in terms of relations between non-Indigenous and Indigenous people was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which went over 7 years, from 2008 to 2015. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission focused on what happened in residential schools, where children were taken, Indigenous children were taken from their parents and educated primarily at French schools, occasionally at, primarily in English schools, occasionally at French schools. So the TRC, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, although it was focusing on the residential schools itself, what that brought up with all the effects that the residential schools had on Indigenous culture, and especially on language, by taking children out of their homes, away from their Indigenous language, and being forced to speak one of the official languages. I was speaking to a woman from Northern Ontario, a Cree woman who would be in her late 80s now, who told me when she went to residential school, it was very far away, because they lived in such an isolated community. And because it was so far away, she was taken away when she was 7. They didn't send her home in the summer. They said it was too far. And she didn't go home again until she was 14. So that she had totally lost her language by the time she went back. Now, this woman made an effort, and she was actually fluent in Cree. But that just gives you an idea of the disruption, and then huge social disruption as well as cultural disruption. So the final report included 94 calls to action on many different aspects of reconciliation, but what's important here were the calls to action around language. So number 13, calling on the federal government to acknowledge that Aboriginal rights include Aboriginal language rights, calling upon the government to enact an Aboriginal Languages Act, calling upon the government to appoint an Aboriginal Language Commissioner, and calling upon post-secondary institutions to create university and college degree and diploma programs in Aboriginal languages. And I am very happy to say that all of these have been acted upon since these calls to action. So in the introduction, you heard about the Indigenous Languages Act that was enacted in 2019. And I think what I wanted to point out here is that Minister Rodriguez said it is an essential bill, not just for the Indigenous peoples, but for all Canadians. And so there's a very strong feeling that this is important for our society, for Indigenous people to feel that they are being recognized, their rights are being recognized, and their culture being supported. And the other thing that's important here is that it's meant to benefit all Indigenous people, no matter what their background, but also no matter where they live. So that in the past, if Indigenous people lived off reserve, they lost their rights, they lost services if they had moved to the cities. But this is no longer the case, and certainly not with this act. So what did the act say? It's too long for me to tell you what the act said, but here are a couple of things that are very important, is that it recognized that the Indigenous language rights, and it established the Office of the Commissioner and measures for long-term funding for revitalization, mechanisms for supporting revitalization, and outlining federal institutions' roles, as well as reviewing it. So these are the things that were in the act. Okay, what happened then? So they claimed all these wonderful things. What happens next? It has to be implemented. And not everyone was happy with the act as it came forward, and it was known as Bill C-91 before it was passed. So they set up an implementation committee of the three main groups with representatives from First Nations, from the Inuit, and from the Métis, as well as the Department of Canadian Heritage. And the consultations focused on what would the Office of Commissioner be doing and how would money be distributed. So those were the things they were focusing on, and they actually consulted with 500 people from more than 300 communities. And I put these two quotes so that you can see the different reactions within the Indigenous community. Of course, this happens all the time. So the Assembly of First Nations National Chief saw it as a positive step, that it will support First Nations efforts to keep their languages alive, vital, and strong. However, the head of the Inuit community was not happy, and he said the absence of any Inuit-specific content suggests that this bill is yet another legislative initiative developed behind closed doors by a colonial system and then imposed on the Inuit. So this is something that they have been trying to move away from and improve, and to bring the Inuit into the discussion. So of these 500 people reacted, I pulled out a few just to talk about, but one was that they compared it to our Official Languages Act, and they found it lacking. So they were frustrated that Indigenous languages don't receive the same level of respect and support in education as official languages. A lot of talk about could they be made official languages, and there's so many. So some suggestions that maybe different Indigenous languages could be official in different parts of the country. There was concerns about how would the office represent all the different languages across Canada and all the needs of people off reserve as well as on reserve, and then sharing information. And this is a very big thing because there are a huge number of revitalization initiatives already happening in Canada, but there's not great communication. So, for example, the Mi'kmaq on the East Coast might not be aware of what initiatives a group on the West Coast might be doing. And the communication is a huge issue here. There was wide agreement that funding should prioritize those critically endangered languages, for example, like Haida. An agreement there should be adequate, accessible, and sustained funding. So there's a lot of concern that the funding model would continue as it had been before the Act, which meant you would apply for different projects for 1 year. Every year you had to apply for a new project, and you were competing with other Indigenous communities to get funded for that project. No one wants that. They want sustained funding so that these projects could be ongoing and sustainable. And the other thing is that communities must be at the heart. And this comes from also what the Inuit representative was saying. This cannot be top-down. This has to be nation to nation. The communities have to be at the heart of deciding what the programs are and how the money is spent. So in 2019, the Act was passed. It took 2 years while they decided how were they going to appoint a commissioner, how many directors were there going to be. 2021, commissioner directors were appointed, and then just in June, the office opened. So it's way too early to evaluate yet what the Act is going to accomplish, what the commissioner's office is going to accomplish. It just opened. So the commissioner, Ronald Ignace, is First Nations for British Columbia, and then there's 3 directors, one who is Inuit, one who is Métis, and one who is First Nations. The commissioner's office, if you go to their website, you can see what their mandate is. And we have already mentioned new technologies as being a very important part. I think a lot of things we've already talked about, research, but what I wanted to point out is their vision. So what they are working towards, which is that all Indigenous languages in Canada are safe, vibrant, and thriving. So this is the goal of the Commissioner's office. I was asked to discuss funding for Indigenous languages, and this is still a bit of early days for discussing this funding. If you look at government records, these are the monies, the funds that have been put towards both Indigenous Languages and Cultures program, that's under Heritage Canada, and also to the Office of the Commissioner. So you can see that there's been a good increase, partly because there wasn't a commissioner's office before, and now there is, but has gone from 60 million in 2021 to 260 million in 2023. So it's not enough, but certainly a step in the right direction. So some of the other things that the Indigenous Language and Cultures programs support is delivery of services in the territories in Indigenous languages, certainly community-driven projects, and broadcasting. So it's very important to have Indigenous broadcasting, especially in the North, National Indigenous Peoples Day, and funding scholarships and youth initiatives. Just to mention that Canada in 2021 finally signed on to the UNDRIP, so United Nations Declaration of the Rights for Indigenous Languages, and again, this has implications for languages. So here they will work with Indigenous governments, other Indigenous governing bodies, and a variety of Indigenous organizations to review and consider proposed amendments to strengthen the Indigenous Language Act. So it will be strengthened. Again, talking about funding and services in Indigenous languages, and the adoption of UNDRIP was calls to action 43 and 44. So there have been, good results from the calls to action. But what I wanted to point out is there are other language acts in Canada. And if you want to learn from Canada about acts for supporting Indigenous languages, I think it's very important to look at these because they've been in operation longer and they're actually more specific and detailed than the federal Indigenous Languages Act. And the most important one, I would think, for other countries to take a look at would be Nunavut's Act. So Nunavut, as I said, was formed 25 years ago. Their Official Languages Act, their Language Protection Act, and their Education Act, all three of them were passed in 2008 and then recently amended. So the official languages are English and French, but also the Inuit languages there. So a big part of their Education Act is providing bilingual education right through elementary and high school. And originally, they had promised back in 2008 that this would be in place by 2020. 2020, they realized they needed a little longer to put this bilingual education into effect, and this is partly getting teachers, getting materials, getting funding. So it will happen, but not yet. Of course, specifying that for essential services, that they will communicate with the public in the Inuit language, that employees of the territory of Nunavut have the right to use the Inuit language, and they set up their own language authority. Okay, so they have their own Inuit language authority. Another group that I think that you would find interesting to look at are the Iuichi Cree. So the Cree is a very large territory that you can see in Quebec there. So this is a self-governing, again, a Cree self-governing area. It's not, doesn't have the same status as Nunavut, but the Cree there have a lot of control over what happens in that territory, and that was negotiated through discussions about hydroelectric projects going on in that area. And while, the government wanted to create these hydroelectric projects, part of the negotiations was more self-government here. So they had a language act. So again, recognizing positive action is necessary to protect and promote the Cree language, setting the rights, so the rights to revitalize, use, transmit to the future, the culture, the language, the writing systems, and also to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. And it's important to say that because colonization took away a lot of their names for themselves and for places. Again, media being very important, so the right to establish their own media, enter agreements with the federal and the Quebec government, and they also established their own commissioner. So there's an office of commissioner of the Cree language in that area, consisting of the commissioner and their employees. And of course, the Cree language is spoken across the country, but this is for this particular Cree community. Another one that I wanted to point out is the Mohawk community. Now, they have a language act as well. The Mohawks are very interesting because they have a large reserve in the south of Canada. But they are warriors, and they are, despite the fact that they are just south of Montreal, so they are surrounded by the French language, they control a lot of what happens on their reserve. And they passed their own language act in 2000, and that it was revised in 2007. And what I wanted to point about this is not only does it talk about their rights, it talks about their responsibilities. And I think that's a really interesting part of this act. So they have the right to use the Mohawk language, so also known as the Kanien'keha language, to receive services or information in their language, and all life cycle events, so that they can use Mohawk to be registered at birth, to be named, to be married, and to get their last rights. And the right to be educated in the Mohawk language. But here are the obligations. Every Mohawk has a moral and ethical obligation to protect, promote, use and encourage the usage of the Mohawk language. Every Mohawk, not just the ones who could speak it. And then every speaker has a responsibility to participate in revitalization and restoration in public and private. So I think very interesting language act to model on. Now, the other thing I want to point out is that much as Canada is officially bilingual federally, each province and territory decides on the official languages of their own. And so it's been a long time that the Northwest Territories had an Official Languages Act back in 1988, naming 11 official languages, so English and French, and then 9 Indigenous languages. And the act sets out their use in government and their rights to services in their languages, set up a language commissioner, and Aboriginal languages revitalization. So I have 3 minutes left, and I have a lot to talk about. Okay, moving on from the Northwest Territories, the Yukon, okay. The Yukon doesn't set up any other official languages other than English and French, but allows the right to use Indigenous languages. Manitoba is the only province who has done anything, and I think it's a little bit like Taiwan. They have recognized which Aboriginal languages are spoken in Manitoba, although it doesn't set up any particular rights. Just to mention, as I mentioned before, that there are language revitalization programs across the country. So for example, just like in New Zealand, Language Nest, this wonderful Language Nest handbook is from the First Peoples Cultural Council in British Columbia. They have wonderful materials on their website for language revitalization. There are immersion schools, preschool, in different communities, Mi'kmaq, Cree, Mi'kmaq and Cree, and point out that that same group has courses now for adults for reclaiming their languages. The universities have been at the forefront of reconciliation since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So some of them already had courses in Indigenous languages and Indigenous culture, but there has been a real push for training teachers who can work in revitalization of languages. So for example, the University of Victoria offers a certificate, a diploma, a Bachelor of Education, a graduate certificate, a Master of Education, a Master of Arts in Indigenous language revitalization. First Nations University has an instructor's certificate for 6 languages. So you could see these diplomas at other universities as well. And what I want to point out is that these university courses are taken by a lot of non-Indigenous students. In fact, at the University of Toronto, where I taught, there would have been more non-Indigenous students taking courses in Indigenous languages than Indigenous students. So it's really working towards reconciliation. Okay, my museum, so I think I have 1 minute left. When I founded the museum, we did not have an exhibit space, and we focused on traveling exhibits. 7 years ago, I was given this exhibit space by York University. That's where we are. Our founding goals includes raising awareness about Indigenous languages, promoting language maintenance, participating in reconciliation. I feel very strongly that educating the broad Canadian public about the value of Indigenous languages is very important to have allies in the non-Indigenous community to support the revitalization efforts that are going on in the Indigenous communities. And that's what I do. And then facilitate dialogue on fundamental language issues. When you talk about language endangerment, everyone can understand it. When they talk about language loss, you know, people who have come from Romania will talk about language loss. So they can relate to the understanding. Now, of course, it's different because there's still Romanians in Europe. But nonetheless, people in Canada get these issues of language endangerment, language revitalization, preservation, bilingualism to some extent. This is what most of my exhibits look like. One side English, one side French, 6 or 7 panels, very colorful. They pack down into 2 shipping bins. That's a shipping bin. It looks like a table. It becomes a table when it's not a shipping bin. And we send them across the country. We have 3 exhibits that are about a specific Indigenous topic, but we always include Indigenous content in our other exhibits. Some pictures of our exhibits touring across Canada, speaking the Inuit way in the Indigenous Languages Center at the University of Toronto. This is an isolated community in northern Alberta. They have the Cree exhibit. I love this picture because they brought in a drummer. The children are learning about their language. They're learning about their culture at the same time. Always, of course, I partner with Indigenous language speakers, knowledge keepers. These people here, Amos Key, Cayuga Dictionary. He's also on my board of directors. He's also on my board of directors. Kevin Brousseau, who helped me create the exhibit about the Cree language, wrote a dictionary about Moose Cree. And Simon Michael, very involved with teaching the Inuit language at the University of Toronto. If you go to my website, there are a lot of Indigenous resources. So this booklet, Indigenous Languages Canada, is essentially why I'm here. It's because the group that came from Taiwan to Canada last year learned about this booklet. It has just been translated into Chinese and hopefully will be published in the spring. We also have videos. For example, I had students create this video where they interviewed people about preserving their Indigenous language in cities, which is a big challenge. There we go. I spoke very quickly. Thank you.
Masaluta sini Zhao ni Ilin Guanzang, Lemaluai sa Bagati Langana Nyamajua ini pusing sedan.
I'd like to thank the director for sharing with us the efforts you've undertaken to promote the revitalization of indigenous languages. Once again, I'm truly grateful. She has explained to us the distribution of these languages and also how Truth and Reconciliation Commission has helped revitalize the languages, has initiated the calls to action. And in 2019, actually, there was an important landmark. They passed an important act. And also, as you could see, we learned how they promoted the revitalization of these indigenous languages. Next, I would like to welcome our first panelist, Login, to share with us his feedback to the presentation. Hello, I'm Login. I'm currently working as a CEO at Indigenous Language Research and Development Foundation. It is an honor for me to serve as a panelist of the first session. Next, I would like to share with you my feedback. First of all, so we learned how indigenous languages are used currently in Canada. We could see that there's fluently. Second, in some regions, in some areas in Canada, different acts have been enacted to promote the revitalization of indigenous languages. And as we could see that mandates vary from region to region, from province to province. However, there are some underlying principles that we can definitely learn from, including access to indigenous languages. And as you could see on the left, this picture on the left, last year we paid a visit to Canada. We took this picture. So in Canada, English certainly is the official language, one of the official languages. French is also a lingua franca. And so you can see these two languages everywhere you go in Canada. So most signs, all the signs are in two languages. Likewise, in Taiwan, on top, the white is in Darugo, and the orange, the one at the bottom, is Amis. And we could see that in different signs in Hualien County, actually, a lot of signs are also not. In addition, next to Mandarin Chinese, there's also indigenous languages used in Hualien County. And the director also mentioned it is very important to cultivate teachers, qualified teachers for indigenous language training. Likewise, in Taiwan, we also like today, we provide interpretation services of seven languages. As you could see at the back of the room, we have interpretation booths set up for interpretation of different indigenous languages. We believe that we have trained a lot of interpreters of indigenous languages. And in 2022, we visited Canada. Since we returned from our visit, we actually did some follow-up work. In our foundation, we actually undertook a lot of effort. We organized some meetings where we could exchange opinions. I also authored a book. I actually wrote a paper. I compare the acts enacted in Taiwan and in Canada. So I did the analysis. I want to introduce to the public the Indigenous Language Acts of different countries. Since we returned from Canada last year, we actually came across this language museum, Canada Language Museum. And in fact, this museum has a large wealth of resources for indigenous languages. And as you could see on the right, the book on the right, this is the book mentioned by the director in her presentation. So you could see that after reading this book, you will have a very clear picture of how the indigenous languages are used in Canada. And when we got a hold of this book, we were truly delighted. And the director agreed that we could have it translated into Chinese, and in the future, there would be more collaboration between our foundation and the museum. And this book has been translated into Chinese. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for our second panelist, Sifu. Sorry, the interpreter is not receiving the Chinese translation, so I cannot provide English interpretation service. There is no Mandarin interpretation, so at the moment we are unable to provide English interpretation. As you could see this red banner, there are names on this red banner. And so these were the students, these were the residents of the residential school. Some of them passed away in the residential school. Many of them perished, unfortunately. Why did they perish? Why did they go missing? Because back then, there was serious discrimination in such institutions. These residential schools PRC actually launched a lot of investigations. Many indigenous children, some of them went missing, some of them perished, some of them passed away, and their names were listed on this red banner. And so, as you can see in this photo, there were survivors of who survived the trauma in the residential school. And we are gathered here today so that we can learn from this tragedy how indigenous people were persecuted in Canada. And so we really should put our heads together on how to revitalize indigenous languages. We should learn from past mistakes. And I am truly glad that the director shared with us the efforts undertaken in Canada to revitalize indigenous languages. As you can see in this map, about 100 years ago, so a century ago, the government actually set up a lot of residential schools. And once children were taken away from their families and put up in these residential schools, they were basically confined to the schools. They couldn't go home. And that's why indigenous languages were unable to be passed down from generation to generation. And however, the government has made a great shift in policies, in language policies. And of course, we should understand not only is the government responsible for revitalization of indigenous languages, so are indigenous communities themselves, so that results can be achieved. And if indigenous communities do not do their utmost to revitalize languages, eventually indigenous languages will disappear. And of course, this is a critical issue that we should address. And this is how the Canadian government responded to the calls for action. And so there are 10 goals expected to be achieved. And so as you could see in the first graph, in the first picture, in our indigenous communities, we should also, here in Taiwan, we should also do something, take similar measures. Not only should the government make effort, all indigenous communities should strive to promote indigenous languages. So it's supposed to be bottom-up, so that our languages will not go extinct. And so Taiwan can definitely learn from Canada on how they preserve the languages. And as for different countries, for different nations, and of course, a lot of indigenous communities are now making efforts in accordance with UNDRIP, so that different communities may access their own languages. So from early on, from childhood,
In Taiwan, indigenous languages are known as, recognized as national languages. But I think we should have a legislation that lists indigenous languages as official languages so that we can really improve our efforts in revitalization, in promoting our languages to be used in the communities. And finally, I have a question. There are fewer and fewer people speaking indigenous languages. Why is that? Especially for people who are fluent in their indigenous languages, why do they not use it back home? That is my question, the question that I raised today. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, there is no translation, no interpreting provided for the Baiwan language. So we can see that Sifu has pointed out a very important aspect, which is language education at home. Now, Sifu raised the question we're going to ask Elaine to answer later on. But from both of our panelists and our speaker have pointed out, the community plays a very important part in language revitalization and promotion. It needs to be from bottom up. Today we have people from language promotion organizations and from all levels of governments participating in. And I think it's time that we discuss whether it's in Canada, in New Zealand, in terms of policy implementation in the respective countries, what can we learn from them? Today, we still have a little time left for question and answers and to discuss the issues that we're facing. So, if you have any questions, because this is a rare opportunity, we have our panelists and our presenter here. We now open the floor to questions. Let's not be shy. We have a friend from New Zealand.
Kia ora, Dr. Elaine and the panelists. Thank you very much for what you've talked about today. I'm a Māori student from New Zealand, so kia ora. I just had a question. I was quite interested in the critique directed at the Indigenous Languages Act around why there wasn't more of a movement to make languages official. Like, so at the federal level, why wasn't there more of a movement to make languages official in their different territories, aside from what was already made official, say, in some of the more regional acts? Could you just talk a little bit more about where that kind of movement is at, or what the sentiment from kind of the federal level was for making those languages official, and if when the TRC made those recommendations for the Indigenous Languages Act, did they have that in mind around officiality? Just because I think it's quite important in terms of identifying the gaps between the French and English languages and how they're treated versus the Indigenous languages. So yeah, if you could just talk a little bit more about that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. When Director Elaine answers this question, can you also respond to the question raised by Sifu?
Okay. I'm going to respond to this question right now. The issue of making a language official is very complex because actually Canada, being official, has different rights across the country. So if you're official federally, like English and French, it is hugely expensive. So first of all, there's the money involved. And I don't think when they proposed the Indigenous Languages Act, because there are so many Indigenous languages, to try to give them the same status, which would mean always providing, if you're an official language, then if you go before a court, there has to be someone to translate for you. So this can be done, let's say you're a Dene person in the Northwest Territories, there will be Dene people who can translate for you at the judge. If you're a Dene person living in Ontario, we're going to be hard put finding someone to translate for you. So to make all of the Indigenous languages official across the country would be very difficult just in that aspect. Like, what rights does it mean? Does it mean if there's 10 Dene people in Toronto, do they get the right to a school? You know, what numbers do you have to have? So it was so complicated with so many languages that I think the Federal Act didn't know how to go there in terms of being official. Like, what does that mean? And being official in the Northwest Territories does not carry the same rights as being, like French and English, being official federally. I'm sorry if it's hard for me to be very specific about this, but the rights really do vary from place to place. So where Indigenous languages have become official are places where they're in a majority situation, at least in their community, where they have a big enough community, there's people there to translate if you have to go to the hospital. You know, there are people there in the government who can translate government documents for you. So I think in terms of being official, this is going to happen where there are majority groups across the country, rather than trying to make Indigenous languages official everywhere in Canada, even if there's no speakers. There's no Mi'kmaq speakers in British Columbia. So there would be no point federally for Mi'kmaq to be an official language. It makes much more sense locally. So I don't know if that helps. A lot of it does have to do with money. There's no question for providing those services. So that's, I think, the best I can do right now in terms of approaching that question.
好，我们谢谢发表人。
Thank you, Elaine, for responding to this question. Are there any other questions? Because Sifu, you asked a question just then. Would you like to raise your question again to Elaine? I think it'll be easier if I speak in Mandarin. I mentioned that we are facing similar situations in Canada and in Taiwan. There is a decline in the usage of Indigenous languages. There are policies and laws in place, but we are still facing the decline. So I understand that in Canada, there are, for example, different territories that list Indigenous languages as official languages that really focus on the autonomy and self-government of Indigenous peoples. But we are still seeing a decline in the use of Indigenous languages. Why is that? And also, similarly to Taiwan, we have people who are fluent in Indigenous languages, but we do not use it at home. We do not pass it on to our future generation, a second generation in Taiwan. Of course, there are different historical contexts in different countries. I would just like to understand that in Canada, because after the residential schools in contemporary society, what are the difficulties that you are facing that which causes the parents to not use the Indigenous languages at home?
It's a very complex social situation. And first of all, even though the residential schools are closed, the effects of the residential schools go on actually for generations. So if you have been shamed for using your language and discriminated against, you might now be 60 years old. You would not have, I mean, I speak to people whose parents told them, don't use the language. Like, you know, we speak it at home, but we don't want you to speak it at home because we face such discrimination. We want you to go out and learn English and take pride in that. Because these people did not grow up with pride in their language. They grew up with shame in their language. They were forced to switch to a different language. And you know, they look different than the English and the French, and they were discriminated against in many ways. So there are very many negative feelings still around speaking Indigenous languages. This doesn't change overnight. And fortunately, there are young people coming up now with pride in their culture and pride in their language, but it takes generations to change that. The other thing is, there are a lot of social problems in Indigenous communities. There are communities that don't have clean drinking water. And so they say, we are isolated, we don't have clean drinking water. We are not putting our money into language revitalization. We have to put our money into clean drinking water. And so it's not always a top priority, even for Indigenous people. There are Indigenous parents who say, look, you're gonna go to university. You can't do university completely in Cree or in Anishinaabe-Moan. You're going to have to learn English. We want you to be fluent in English or fluent in French so that you can get a good job. Not like us. We want you to go out. We want you to be a lawyer. We want you to be a doctor. So you can't do this completely in your Indigenous language. So there are parents who say, you know, we don't want to continue our language because we want our children to succeed in the English and French society, and they don't see that they can have it both ways. You know, there's no problem with speaking your Indigenous language at home and being a lawyer and doctor, and there are lots of people who do that. But there are a lot of parents still who would see that as a detriment. So why are languages decreasing? Because they got satellite TV in the Northwest Territories 30 years ago, and the kids prefer to sit and watch English TV. They're not out hunting with their parents. So there are all sorts of reasons why the languages don't continue. It's very complex. No, I don't want to say it's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. There are a lot of factors there. But, you know, I'm happy to say that there's absolutely increasing pride in the language and increasing commitment to these languages. And you saw that there are speakers increasing, and hopefully, take another generation. And I know that the Maori contingent, we're talking about 3 generations. It takes another generation at least before you get people who are speaking at home. Be patient. Yeah, I would say.
Thank you to the director for your explanation. And I think actually it might be easy. Well, these languages go extinct very easily. However, to revitalize it, to revive it is rather difficult. And how can we create an environment conducive for the use of indigenous languages? We really should put our heads together. We should introduce to non-indigenous peoples the value of these languages. And we know that language is an important vehicle of culture. And so we are really glad that we have invited Ms. Director, to have come to Taiwan to share with us how they address these challenges. And so do we have any more questions for the keynote speaker? Yes, please. Next, Principal He, and also one of the panelists in the afternoon, he has a question to raise. Please turn over the microphone to the principal. It is indeed a delight for me to be taking part in this forum. My question is, in Canada, as for the education system, how do you promote indigenous languages? Can you explain to us the qualifications for indigenous language teachers? And also, as for the curriculum development, how do we implement the curriculum? And for example, now in Taiwan, actually 1 hour a week for junior high schools. And so is it for the senior high school. And also for the indigenous language teachers, I was wondering whether the teachers are treated as regular teachers. Do they get fair paid? So, Director, can you take this question?
Okay, so I'll start with the last one first. Indeed, these programs at the universities are part of regular teaching certificate programs, teaching degree programs. So these teachers, if they're hired in the schools, are absolutely paid the same thing as any other teacher for teaching. But to go back to your other question, Indigenous people on their, especially on reserves in their communities, control their education to some extent. So what that means is they can set up an immersion program on the reserve if in that particular community there is a commitment to language revitalization. So I had to go through my last few slides very quickly, but for example, I pointed out that Mi'kmaq School in Nova Scotia, which has, I think it was K-5, so from kindergarten to grade 5, they have set up an immersion program. They have students, they have materials, and what that means is immersion, so it's not 1 hour a week, it's like full-time in the Indigenous language because they control it. In the, so on the reserves, there is that freedom to change the curriculum to reflect your language and also the teachers that are available, and more teachers are becoming available. In the general public, so for example, in the English-speaking schools in a big city like Toronto, there are a couple of Indigenous-oriented schools where it would be more like what you're talking about, where in their language program they would introduce Anishinaabe-Moan for 1 or 2 hours a week, and it would be part of the regular Ontario school curriculum. The Ontario, so for an example, in Ontario, they have just revised their school curriculum to include studies, I think at every grade level, about Indigenous culture. It's not Indigenous language, but for the general public. But it's the individual Indigenous communities that control their schools, and some of them are creating immersion programs as best they can. A lot of it is around what materials and teachers are available. So I hope that helps answer your question.
Okay. 好，我们也谢谢馆长很清楚的一个。
So we'd like to thank the director for your explicit response. And so at the far back, we can see a lady. Okay, so you may raise your question. So, director, can you identify yourself first? I'm currently working at CIP. And so, I was wondering in Canada, as for language standardization, how your act, Indigenous Languages Act, play an act. I'm actually a research associate at the Indigenous Language Research and Development Foundation.
Okay, so you're asking about a language standardization. So the Act, the Commissioner's Office is just beginning its work, and I would highly doubt that standardization is going to be one of the first things that they do. Standardization has been happening within the communities, especially around developing dictionaries. So there's been a lot of work across Canada and individual communities to create dictionaries, and they have been working together with other communities. So, for example, one of the Dene languages that had a dictionary recently is they had community meetings with the other dialects of that language. They would get together over a few years to hammer out standardization, and the communities agreed on standardization to some extent. And in the dictionary actually show some different pronunciations and some different spellings for some of the words where they couldn't agree on standardization. But standardization is happening within the communities, and has not happened everywhere. It really depends which communities have started making dictionaries. There are dictionaries for a lot of the Canadian languages, but not for all of them. And they have not all been standardized. So even, for example, with Mohawk, within the community I was mentioning, they have written materials, but there are Mohawk communities 400 miles away that would not have the same spelling or the exact same vocabulary. So the languages are not all standardized. But it hasn't been coming from the top down. A lot of what's happening in Canada comes from the individual communities themselves. Now, some of the older dictionaries were spearheaded by linguists. There's a lot of linguists working at universities across Canada whose work has been to go into communities and create dictionaries. It first started with more the linguists supervising what was happening, and then over the past, I would say 20 years, linguists have been stepping back and working together as advisors with the communities, but having the community members themselves taking the lead on creating their own dictionaries. A lot of these dictionaries are online, others are printed dictionaries, so we have both.
好，我们谢谢以发基金会副研究员跟
I'd like to thank you, the research fellow, for your research associate, for your question, and I'd like to thank the director for your response. Do we have any more questions coming from the floor?
Kia ora. Thank you everyone for your talks and your presentations. My question is for you, Director, for Canada. I find it very interesting, I guess, that there's a comment made around the television being one of the causes for losing language. We know as Indigenous people that's a very surface level response, I guess, to the deep causes of colonization that have happened to many Indigenous people across the world. And also I think it may be presumptuous of me to ask this, but I would presume that many Indigenous people would still want their language to be official across the country. So I suppose my question is then, as an ally in this space, how are you creating opportunity to empower the voices of Indigenous people in Canada? Are there spaces that are also happening in Canada where the wants and the needs of the Indigenous people are being empowered by allies in those positions where they can also make change?
好，谢谢我们纽西兰的朋友的提问哈。Okay, please.
Thank you for your question coming from New Zealand, our friend from New Zealand.
Sure I totally understand your question. So, because were you asking about broadcasting to begin with? Did you mention broadcasting or just about ally relationships with promoting?
Oh, I was just responding to the point you made around many children lost the language because there was a TV placed in their homes.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting, I find, just because we know that's a trickle-down effect of colonization, which is only one very, very, very small aspect of it, I guess.
Oh, okay. All right. So yes, well, yeah, when I was up in the Arctic, there was very little Aboriginal broadcasting. So, you know, on the radio, maybe 2 hours a day, you'd have some Cree, and then you'd have a little Inuktitut, but it was pretty well all in English. And TV shows that were coming were all in English. Now there's there's an Aboriginal-run television network, Aboriginal People's Television Network, and so there is a lot of programming going on in Aboriginal languages in the North and being provided. Nonetheless, a lot of children want to watch the cartoons. The cartoons are still being broadcast. You know, the TV shows that are in English are still being broadcast, so it's a mix there. So I don't know if that answers your question. And I think you were asking about allies helping with Indigenous languages as well? Was that part of it?
The second part, my question was, as an ally in this space who's not Indigenous, how are you empowering the voices of those who are Indigenous, who I'm presuming would like to see their language become official, and other sort of aspects of growing that Indigenous language across Canada?
Right. Okay, so I can only speak for myself. So I run this small museum and we create exhibits about Indigenous languages, and I always work very closely with Indigenous people to create the exhibits, and I have Indigenous people on my board of directors, and I listen to them and I consult them. And so what we send out from the museum, I always have had Indigenous people involved in the creation of that material, so that how I feel I'm giving them their voice. And certainly, you know, we talk about this a lot. A lot of ways I meet with Indigenous people all the time, and they consult me about making their own exhibits. Like, I've worked with people who have come to me and said, oh, we'd like to, you know, make our own exhibit, and they go off and the community does their own thing. So as allies, we try to sit back and listen as much as possible and see which way the communities go. And I'm not sure that I'm totally answering your question, but I hope that that helps to some extent.
好，这个是很有趣的问题。
I think it's a very interesting question. I recall back in my childhood, when I was watching TV, most TV programs were, of course, non-Indigenous languages. And so I have to say that Indigenous languages are unfamiliar to a lot of children. However, since 2005, and we actually set up a foundation. We have our own media platform. And so since 2005, and in fact, Indigenous TV was set up. And so more than 70% of programs were in Indigenous languages. And we hope to introduce our languages to others. And a lot of well-received programs are dubbed in Indigenous languages, so children can watch these programs, and in the meantime, they can learn their own Indigenous languages. So we mentioned a while ago, revitalization actually requires a lot of time, effort, and also funding. And thank you to the director. As the moderator, I have to remind everyone it's 12 o'clock. Do we have any more questions? So this will be the last question before we go for the lunch break. And so next one, the elderly from Taiwan.
I am grateful from my heart because you have opened the door and actually a window for us, because Taiwan has yet to really think about a language museum for Indigenous languages. And I think this is a window and a door that allows us to look outside and also to absorb new things, so that we can really think about the possibilities in the future. I think this is an opportunity for us. So I believe that there is no chance principle or ideas. It's all because people care. So they will try to think of ways, and we take steps, small steps, but step by step, we can build up the warmth so that the vitality of this language will thrive and will blossom on the land. It's a very difficult journey, and I am a practitioner. We are continuing down the journey to see where this path leads, and I am grateful for the opportunity today, because this is something that I've been thinking about as well. How do we lead an institution as an educator? There is nothing that you can do overnight. This history, this context of culture is something that we are living. How do we really take root? That is the most important thing. And the people who are sowing the seeds, the people who are watering the sprouts, these are what we are contributing towards, and everything we do will become a nutrition for us. We would like to thank Mr. Gadu. He really is just showing his appreciation. I don't know if you have anything to respond, Elaine.
Thank you very much. I want to say two things about the museum. First of all, we struggled a lot with the name because a lot of people think that a museum has dead things in it. And we wanted people to know that these are living languages. And we thought very hard about the name, and we couldn't think of anything better. And we had to, of course, have something that works in English and French. And if we thought of anything that was better in English, it didn't work in French. And so we kept with museum, but of course from the aspect of it being an educational institution, and that people understand that museums are educational. I think what I've been very happy with the exhibits is that I talked a lot about, there has been a lot of shame around using Indigenous languages. And not only are you, in a way, creating allies through making these exhibits, and people understand it. Oh, these languages, they're so varied, they're so interesting, they each one have a different worldview. I can learn something about how these people see the world through their language, but they're also living languages, and they're adapting to today. So that's for the non-Indigenous people, but it also, I see, I have had feedback from Indigenous people that it helps create pride in their younger people, in their language. Oh, our language is important enough to have an exhibit about it. And that it also helps create pride in that way. And, you know, we think more about how do we make exhibits more interactive, how can they be specific to each community. I mean, there's a lot to learn and a lot of ways to grow, but it has been very rewarding, and I appreciate your comments on it. Thank you.
I would like to thank everyone. We can see from our topic today, it's about revitalization and it's about exchanges. As our minister mentioned in his remarks, generally the remarks are academic researches, but today we have government policies from New Zealand and Canada to talk about their current status on policy promotion in Taiwan. We would like to thank our Executive Director of Canadian Language Museum for coming here to share with us her take on the Indigenous Language Development policies in Canada. We would also like to thank our panelists, Login and Shifu, for participating in this session. Thank you very much. We would like to invite our presenter, our panelist, and our moderator on stage to take a group photo.
好，好，摄影大哥可以吗 ？OK, small。好，好，谢谢，谢谢。好，那在这个场次
Thank you very much. Now, before we end the morning session, I would like to thank Legislator Zheng Tiancai for joining us at the forum today. Thank you. Right, next we move into our lunch session. We would like everyone to move towards floor B1 for lunch, and I would like to remind everyone that we begin at 1:30 sharp in the afternoon. Please return by 1:25 so that we can be ready for the afternoon session.
P1 好，你们可以把那个口译耳机的部分就留在座位上哈。You can remain your interpretation headset and the machine on your table. 然后我们请工作人员是不是来引导纽西兰这边的团员跟贵宾，还有我们今天的贵宾还有讲者们。
去张餐厅也还好，搞不好在 7，餐厅没有什么。
好，最后1分钟哦，麻烦大家尽快来入内就座，请场内外的接待组的同仁、贵宾入内就座。
机械厂。
好，对于各位贵宾，大家午安哦。紧接着就要直接来进行我们下午的这个第2场的专题讨论。那么这一场4个主题是台湾原住民族语言发展政策。在这个场次，我们将会就台湾的族语发展政策一起来探讨相关方法跟策略。那
kita ini kita aman, kita rusak, kita pakai kita Taiwan kita kalau senang, pasal sing dah buka supaya kata itu betul yang tanpa awal malam apa tapi
好，所以接着呢，我们要欢迎这个场次的主持人，原住民族委员会教育文化处杨正斌处长，还有讲者邱文龙处长，以及
Mu jo usu balai lojak semua keloka ta cikai bong ta cikai keman puking kekan jauh bakci ke na Yuanzumin Taiwan kani muah kemelu keman naga Chowen long berau berau Yuanmin Hui hao la Hui pas musun pespak kani musa sa jing hi pu muah kemulu keman tekutuh hiak
Our presenter for this session is Deputy Director General of the Department of Education and Culture, and our panelists. The first one is the principal of Nantou Xu Guang Senior High School, the principal, and the second is the president of the National Academy for Educational Research. So
My name is Basang, and as the MC said earlier on, in the past decade, we've had a lot of revitalization efforts, and a lot of the works have been handled by the Department of Education and Culture. So we have our deputy director. We have our deputy director here to present on the indigenous language development policies in Taiwan. And we also have as our panelists two panelists who are very experienced in the related experiences as well. Now, without further ado, we give the floor to our presenter, Deputy Director of the Department of Education and Culture at CIP. Hello, everyone. Thank you, everyone. My name is Byung. I am from Taidong. I'm Bunun from Taidong. I am currently the Deputy Director of the Department of Education and Culture at CIP. Today, I will talk about how we develop our policies on indigenous languages development in Taiwan. This is my outline for today. First of all is the legislation context in Taiwan in the enactment of the Indigenous Peoples Basic Act, how it was drafted and how it was adopted. And the second one is earmarking the budgets. Now, all of the languages that are used by the government, and these all require funding. So throughout Taiwan, how many people are involved in indigenous language promotion will be explained in the third aspect. And the fourth is the structure of our organization. Yes, I understand that if I speak both Bunun and Mandarin, it can cause our interpreters some trouble. So I will start with a little Bunun and then explain in Mandarin. So this is the context of our legislation. It talks about how our government started the legislation. Starting in 2006, we've been promoting for the legislation of indigenous peoples, because back then, we know that in our constitution amendments, there should be a legislation to protect the rights of and interests of indigenous peoples, and in our Indigenous Peoples Basic Act, it was listed as well. So it was
Since 2005, the enactment of the Indigenous Peoples Basic Act, it took us 10 years to promote the legislation for Indigenous languages development, but the efforts were futile. And in 2016, when our President Tsai Ing-wen apologized to the Indigenous peoples on behalf of the government, she made a commitment to expedite and accelerate the legislation of Indigenous languages development. So the following year, in 2017, the Indigenous Peoples Languages Development Act was adopted and enacted and promulgated. Thus, we completed the legislation of the Indigenous Peoples Languages Development. So we started in 2006, and it took us a full decade for the legislation to be processed, and it was adopted immediately after our President Tsai's apology. And in 2018, we promulgated the regulations for the establishment of the Indigenous Peoples Languages Research and Development Foundation. And in 2018, of course, there was also an adoption of the National Languages Act in between. And for the education and heritage of indigenous cultures, we saw it was legislated, and in 2019, we amended the Indigenous Peoples Education Act, protecting the education in indigenous languages. So thus far, we have provided legislation to protect indigenous languages development and also for the right to education. And we have thus received more comprehensive legislation protection with these various acts. So this is what I mentioned earlier on. President Tsai Ing-wen apologized to indigenous peoples on behalf of the government for banning the use of indigenous languages and all mother tongues. And if President Tsai had not apologized, there would not have been an Indigenous Peoples Language Development Act. As mentioned this morning, in the early days or up till now, we have also faced discrimination and shaming of using indigenous languages. We went through a period where people were afraid to speak indigenous languages. But the first article of the Indigenous Peoples Language Development Act states that indigenous languages are national languages, completely reversing the unjust status of indigenous langues in recent history in Taiwan, of being banned, of being oppressed, and being punished for using. So whenever we talk about the development of indigenous languages development in Taiwan, we must mention the apology by President Tsai Ing-wen to indigenous peoples on behalf of the government and her commitment to accelerate the legislation of indigenous peoples' language development. That is why we were able to successfully adopt and enact the Indigenous Peoples Language Development Act. This is the content of what is being protected in this act. There are 30 articles in the Indigenous Peoples Language Development Act, and the first one states that in the 30 articles it states that the preservation and development must be protected in this act. And we also came up with, sorted out 10 things that we need to develop under this act. First of all, we determined the national status of indigenous languages. It is no longer being oppressed or discriminated against in our first article. So it is equal to all the other languages being used in Taiwan. And secondly, according to the act, we must have professional, dedicated staffing to the promotion of indigenous languages development. Not just to the staffing, but also the organization for such promotion. It was also stipulated in the Act, and it is also stipulated that we must salvage the endangered languages. In 2014, according to the survey we did, we know that there are a few indigenous groups in Taiwan that have very small population left. For example, the Thao people, they only have 700 to 800 people left. So there were less than 10 people who could still speak the Thao language, and it was listed as critically endangered. And also, so for these languages that are listed as critically endangered, we will have dedicated protections for them. And we also must preserve our corpus, promote the use of indigenous languages, not just in family, in the community, but also in schools. We must implement the passing on and the learning of teaching and learning of indigenous languages. We must facilitate the access to indigenous languages. So we have protections or guarantees for indigenous languages for overseas studies, for scholarships, and for entrance exams. And also, we must establish, we also have regulations on establishing a dedicated organization to the development of indigenous languages.
Next, the most important task is as follows. The government has 10 important projects to implement. And however, during the process of implementation, we have seen some results, some achievements. For example, the budget has increased, and also now indigenous language teachers are now permanent staff in school. And so, other than what I just mentioned, we've also made a lot of efforts to ensure that the critically endangered languages won't go extinct. And we also tried our utmost to revitalize the indigenous languages. We also set up language institutes to revitalize the languages. We also ensure that there is an association between the indigenous language proficiency and their job opportunities. And next, as you could see that now that acts, legislations have been enacted, and indigenous languages have been greatly revitalized. As you can see on the slide, the budget has been greatly increased from 100 million to about fivefold to 500 million. And last year, well, to this year, the budget has been increased to 1.8 billion. Why is there such an increase? It is mainly because the government has set aside, has earmarked this fund for the development of national languages. And in fact, 7.2 billion has been allocated to the Council of Indigenous Peoples. So as you can see, the budget has increased 18-fold over 8 years' time. The government is willing to invest more in the preservation of indigenous languages. The government has allocated a lot of resources for revitalization of indigenous languages. Next, when we, as you can see, there's supposed to be collaboration between the central and the local governments. And the central government has enacted legislations. And we also work closely with different government agencies, including the Ministry of Health and Welfare, and also the Ministry of Culture. So we worked closely with different government agencies. With local governments, we set up immersive kindergartens, and we also provide courses in primary education. As you could see that we also set up the Indigenous Language Research and Development Foundation. We are now making a lot of Indigenous language courses available to the public. And so as you can see on the slide, these are the achievements over the years. So basically, there has been good communication. The communication between central and local governments has improved over time. They work together, they collaborate to ensure that Indigenous languages are widely promoted. And in fact, when you review the work, the efforts we made over the years in our council, there is actually a special unit dedicated to the promotion of indigenous cultures and education. So it's staffed with 7 people, and this unit works tirelessly to promote the languages, indigenous languages. And in the foundation, it's staffed with 46 people. Currently, it's not fully staffed. However, it can hire as many as 46 people. And so this is the organization structure of the foundation, the Indigenous Language Research and Development Foundation. And so overall, if you may have a look at this slide, you will find that when we are trying to promote indigenous languages, in fact, we need to involve more staff to promote languages. We also need indigenous babysitters, caretakers, and also indigenous language teachers, and also within indigenous communities. We also need to involve elders to help promote these languages. In fact, 6,546 people have involved in the project of Indigenous Language Revitalization. So you could see that these people are all contributing to revitalization of our languages. So within our council in Taiwan, in accordance with Indigenous Language Development Act, budgets have been allocated, efforts have been made. So indigenous languages, what did we do to promote indigenous languages? So there are 2 PowerPoint slides here, as you can see. This is what has been done at the UN. So in 10 years' time, the UN want to promote indigenous languages. So here, preservation of indigenous languages, the establishment of knowledge network, and also international exchange. So when we review what has been done at the UN, we found that here in Taiwan, we are making similar efforts. Whether it's the government or the private sector or what we do in communities, we could see that we have adopted very similar measures. So I have done some comparison after comparing these measures. Now I would like to share with you what the Council has done to promote indigenous languages to maintain the languages. So how can we educate, how can we pass on the languages to our younger generation? So what we do, we hope that from cradle, we hope that we can provide access to indigenous language learning from early on, from childhood, even in preschool. So indigenous peoples can enjoy access when they are in kindergarten. We try to copy the system in New Zealand, the language nest. So when a child was put through kindergarten, all the way through the education system, the school child has to use indigenous language. Indigenous language will be used to teach, to educate the child, and we call it an immersive environment. So in the kindergarten and also in the daycare center, these indigenous children have access to indigenous language learning. And so at these centers, at the daycare centers, indigenous language and cultures can be passed down from generation to generation. We hope teachers at these centers, at daycare centers, in preschools, can use indigenous languages to teach children. They can learn the culture, learn the language, and we also hope that one day these children will use indigenous languages in their household. So if parents or grandparents use indigenous languages to communicate with their children or grandchildren, we actually provide rewards for parents and grandparents. That's what we do to revive indigenous languages. And at the stage of primary education, so after we have amended the Indigenous Language Development Act, we learned that every week on a weekly basis, indigenous people can have 1 hour in indigenous language course. And of course, this is not very much. However, this is the first step. And we also hope that indigenous language can be learned in summer camps. So we also organize summer camps for indigenous communities. And as for higher education, universities are also subsidized. In fact, we provide subsidies to universities for providing indigenous language courses. And so about 12 institutes of higher education they are now making indigenous language courses available. As for lifelong education, our council works with 7 universities, and so we set up learning centers of indigenous languages. So we hope that throughout their lives, indigenous people can enjoy access to indigenous language learning. So let me put it this way. Resources are very important. We want to make sure that indigenous language teachers are well paid. And now, the 3rd generation indigenous language teachers, we hope that they are they become permanent staff. So we've actually developed this program, the elite program for indigenous language teachers. They will they'll sit on permanent staff, and so they are like other teachers that hold permanent positions. We want to make sure these teachers, they have very good compensation packages. As for teaching materials, we actually put together, we have compiled different materials for different learning stages. So you could see this is preschool textbooks, and on the right, we also have made digital resources available. So we have a great wealth of teaching materials, learning materials for indigenous language learners. So even indigenous language teachers, they also make good use of these resources as well. They may download teaching plans and teaching aids so that these teachers can make good use of them in their instructions. And as for this, the council also organizes some competitions, some contests in which indigenous languages can be used. And so there's a spelling bee contest for indigenous languages, and there's also a platelet contest, and there's also singing and dancing competitions for indigenous people.
It is held every year. So just these competitions alone, we have over 10,000 students, children, participating in developing indigenous languages, learning indigenous languages through their preparations. And during these competitions, especially during drama play competitions, it can really enhance their proficiency. Now, we said earlier on that we need to hire people to promote indigenous languages. So in urban areas and in indigenous areas all around Taiwan, we have people hired to assist the government agencies to market and promote indigenous languages. This is actually what the government did when they were banning indigenous languages. They have the language promoters for Mandarin at all levels of the government, forcing people to speak Mandarin. So we thought we would use this approach and establish language promoters for indigenous languages working in these local areas and all levels of the government to urge people to speak indigenous languages. And we also help all 16 indigenous groups to establish their language promotion organizations. And these language promotion organizations not only integrates all resources, becoming a platform to bring together the ideas and efforts and talents and resources of indigenous language development and revitalization in different groups, but they can also think with their own perspective to promote their languages. So it's like a language self-government agency for all 16 indigenous groups. And in terms of building an environment friendly to indigenous languages, this morning our minister talked about how the Council of Indigenous Peoples hold meetings and they all speak in their indigenous languages, and we have simultaneous interpreting provided. So this is how the minister takes up the responsibility to act as an example in promoting indigenous languages, so that he hopes that all government leading officials at all levels of the government will be willing to speak indigenous languages, so that our people will be willing to use indigenous languages in more events and occasions, which is why the minister insists on speaking the Amis language in all events, large or small, even when there is the president and the premier present. And in their internal meetings, the internal meetings are held in indigenous languages. All of our publications within CIP, following the adoption and the enactment of the Indigenous Languages Development Act, we have published, at least the title would be bilingual in indigenous language and in Mandarin. And we also provide grants to local governments so that their policy reports and their official documents can use indigenous languages. We also have at least bilingual signage in the common regional languages. And this is a program for the churches, because churches in Taiwan have dedicated greatly to the basic writing system development and also the preservation of indigenous languages in Taiwan. So starting this year, we work with over 400 indigenous churches around Taiwan. We provide them incentives so that they will provide conduct seminars and preaches and mass and all church events in indigenous languages. Because if you already use indigenous language in your church, we will provide you with incentives and rewards, so that there is another area and another environment for people to use indigenous languages. This is also stipulated in our Languages Development Act for indigenous peoples. There must be indigenous television and also indigenous radio, and that there must be at least 50% of the contents produced in indigenous languages. So we want the mass media to use more indigenous languages in their productions, and also to expand the competitiveness for indigenous languages. Starting from the end of the 20th century to the early 21st century, we have indigenous language proficiency exams. There are over 150,000 people who have passed the exam. And we hope that there will be more people passing the high, intermediate, and high and superior levels, so that there will be more people with better proficiencies in the future. We did a quick roundup with, according to our stats, people who are proficient in indigenous languages, because you are very fluent in indigenous languages, we will provide you with more employment opportunities. So since the enactment of the Development Act in 2017, we have provided an extra 5,346 employment opportunities. And we would like to take this opportunity to introduce to people the Indigenous Languages Research and Development Foundation. Their main job is actually to promote the education of indigenous languages and also to conduct proficiency exams for indigenous languages. We hope to attract more people who are able and proficient to join us at the foundation to increase our energy and momentum and capacity for indigenous languages development. I think I spent some time talking about at least 12 more concrete projects that we have been doing, and you can refer to the handbook to better understand all the policies that we've come up with. Overall, I think the development of indigenous languages in Taiwan has moved from being banned to lost all the way until President Tsai apologized to the indigenous peoples and finally enacting the Development Act. And also last year, the then Premier Su really cares about the development of indigenous languages and all languages. So they drafted and adopted the National Language Development Act, so that with the comprehensive legislations, we have sufficient funding to really round up all the resources. And with our forum today, we have invited a lot of people who are in charge of language promotion and development at all levels of the government. And I hope that with this structure, with this umbrella structure, together we can really promote the development of our indigenous languages. As I mentioned earlier on, if we can no longer speak our own language, then we will no longer be able to sing our own songs and perform our own rituals. If we no longer sing our own songs, then we will lose our rituals, because without language, without rituals, then our culture will cease to exist. We can no longer be called Bunun. Bunun means to be man or to be someone. If we lose the language, we lose our culture. You will no longer be a Bunun. You will no longer be an indigenous person. Thank you, Deputy Director. You have shared a lot of the policies with us. Thank you. That has been remarkable. Now, we would like to invite Principal He Guangming on stage to respond. Thank you. Director Basang and Deputy Director Byung and President Zhen. Hello, everyone. I am from Nantou. I'm the principal of Xuguang Senior High School. I am the panelist for this session. I am very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this wonderful event. And today we have a lot of predecessors and a lot of experts and scholars whom I can really learn from. I am the principal of Nantou Xuguang Senior High School. I am a local indigenous person, and I am a local Bunun. This is when we always raise our hands. This is a Bunun chant. I am really happy that Taiwan is an advanced country, and we can, from the previous presentation, we can really see the context of our indigenous language development in Taiwan. So first of all, it was the background. The second was the themes that we looked at and the policies that we've drafted. And the third would be where we move to in the future. I think we are following a lot of the international trends. In 1948, there was the UNDRIP. And moving on to 2007 was the UNDRIP for the Declaration on Indigenous Peoples' Rights. So we are moving forward. We have adopted all of them along the way. And we've learned from New Zealand, Australia, Canada, the United States that have worked on indigenous language revitalization. So we've really been aligned with the international trend. And also in the 1980s, when our minister Yi Jiang was involved leading the name rectification movement in using the word, demanding for us to be called as indigenous, and for the word indigenous to be included in our constitution. And as our deputy director shared with us, this has been a remarkable history. In the past 5 decades, we've seen great emphasis being attached to indigenous languages. Now, when we go back to when the Dutch first came to Taiwan, we know the Shiraya people still use their language to write. And during the Spanish era, we used the Maasai language for communication and commerce. So we can see during the Dutch and Spanish periods, indigenous languages were still greatly used, but it wasn't. During the Kosinga period, the Ming Dynasty, when there has been more influence of Han Chinese, and even into the Qing Dynasty, which lasted 200 years. In 1804, the Pingpu people migrated 4 times, moving from the western plains inwards, and we know that the indigenous languages of the Pingpu people were lost. And during the Japanese colonization period, because they were ruling empirically, they moved for people to speak Japanese, so we further lost our indigenous languages. So during this process, these 400 years of assimilation, we've gradually lost our languages. And since 1945, we have been ruled by the current national movement, national government that has put forward the Mandarin-only policy. So we have a few periods. The first period since 1945 was oppression, when they wanted to get rid of the language Japanese and wanted us to use Mandarin Chinese. And then there was the Cultural Revolution in China, which is when the national government further stepped up because they wanted their regime to be legitimized. So everybody must speak Mandarin. And it was during that period where if you spoke Chinese, if you spoke indigenous languages, people would put signs on you saying that I shouldn't speak indigenous language. And afterwards, with the lifting of the martial ban, everything was gradually being relaxed, including the ban on indigenous languages. The first time indigenous language was used in school, it was in Wulai in Taipei. So there's this context. And I'm glad I have this opportunity to share with you.
So later, CIP, Council of Indigenous Peoples, were set up. And now we have the language development, indigenous language development policies. And President Tsai Ing-wen actually apologized for 9 different mistakes. And after the president made the apology, Indigenous Language Development Act policies were implemented. However, compared with New Zealand or Canada, we did not make enough progress. And so Canada implemented the act, promulgated the act in 2019, and we promulgated the act in 2016. I did not realize that I'm overrunning in time, and I'm the headmaster of junior high school. As I promote indigenous languages in school, I have witnessed some difficulties, some challenges. We encourage our children to be certified for their indigenous language proficiencies, for their proficiency. And when we try to cultivate indigenous language teachers, we have to make sure that they are not overloaded with work, because now, currently, many of them have to teach more than 20 hours a week, and they do not have sufficient time to prepare their lessons. So I believe that in the future, there's room for improvement. We should decrease their workload. And also, we want to make sure that we can provide enough good compensation packages for indigenous language teachers. We want to ensure their job opportunities. Last but not least, I believe that, just like a patient in emergency room, it is very important we do our utmost to revitalize the languages, because our languages are endangered. And we want to make sure that in the future, these languages can be spoken in households. Thank you. This is my feedback. I would like to thank the headmaster for your feedback, for sharing with us your first-hand experience in junior high school. Thank you for your informative presentation, for your insights. Next, I would like to invite our second panelist of the session. So please put your hands together to welcome the second panelist. Good afternoon, everyone. I am feeling privileged to have this opportunity to share with you some of my thoughts. When I work at a teacher's college, I actually work closely with schools in indigenous communities. And a couple of years back, I had a look at the amendments made to teacher qualification regulations, and I actually took part in a lot of projects, as I mentioned a while ago. And in fact, this division called Comprehensive Planning at the Council of Indigenous Peoples. In fact, this division is responsible for promoting indigenous languages at universities. Now, I'm currently working at National Institute of Education. And in this institute, there's a unit dedicated for promotion of indigenous languages. I have some thoughts to share with you today. I think proficiency certification test, the results of such tests should be associated with job opportunities, so that indigenous people will have incentives to learn the language. However, we need to review our policies. These tests, are they valid? Are they reliable? So we should examine the reliability and validity of such proficiency tests, because these tests have been questioned for their reliability and validity. And of course, improvement has been made. And if we can ensure that these tests, proficiency tests, are valid and reliable, we can actually incentivize indigenous people to learn their languages by rewarding those scoring high on such tests. we can provide them better access to education and jobs. And also, I think after reviewing the language development policies, I have also made some discoveries. As mentioned by the first panelist, at rituals, at celebrations, if possible, indigenous languages should be used throughout the, and if it were not used throughout the rituals, I think it would be a pity. It would seem merely to satisfy tourists' curiosity. And of course, second, I think it is important that we encourage indigenous languages be used, be spoken in households. I think it is not enough that we provide indigenous language speaking kindergarten services. In fact, some children might even speak better indigenous languages than their parents. So, indigenous language teachers teach children, and these children, when they go home, they can teach their own parents. So I think that we should put our heads together to think whether it is possible that children and their parents study or learn indigenous languages together. Maybe we can come up with some incentive schemes to promote household use of indigenous languages. Last but not least, even though indigenous language courses are provided on a weekly basis in schools, however, such a course itself is inadequate, it's insufficient. And in fact, I think for certain schools, they can provide not only indigenous language courses, they can also incorporate indigenous languages into courses of indigenous cultures. So maybe courses of indigenous cultures can be taught in both Mandarin and indigenous languages. And in the future, such courses might even, instructions can be given in multiple languages. And of course, there's a pitfall that we should avoid. We have to be very careful. We know that we are still in the process of revitalizing indigenous languages. So it might be premature to use indigenous language or purely. And now I would like to touch upon the cultivation of indigenous language teachers. We know that some teachers, their college education is sponsored by the government, by the Council of Indigenous Peoples. And these teachers, after completing their higher education, I believe that they are obligated to teach in their own communities, in indigenous communities. And even while they are in college, I think that they should complete internships, practicums. And I think that in summer, of course, we can sponsor their travel travel expenses. But I think that such aspiring teachers, they should undertake practicums during summers. And I think that these teachers now they are required to obtain at least 12 credits of courses on, say, indigenous cultures, and they should develop more in-depth curriculum. And so we believe that such courses are very helpful. Without such courses, they may not be able to develop curriculum as such. To wrap up my session, to wrap up my feedback, this might sound a little bit irrelevant, but still, I think that you have come across the news coverage of discrimination against indigenous peoples. And I think that mutual respect is very important in our society. And we really should learn from our mistakes. We should move forward together to ensure there's harmony in our society. Thank you. Thank you for your insightful observation. Thank you for sharing with us your insightful observation. And we've heard about interagency, the collaboration between different government agencies. Thank you for sharing with us your feedback. And so we've heard from the keynote speaker and also 2 panelists. Now we are moving on to the Q&A session. The Q&A session. You are more than welcome to raise questions. I would like to open the floor to the audience. So, as I said a while ago in my own indigenous language, 30 minutes, this Q&A session is about 20 to 30 minutes, so feel free to interact with the panelists and the keynote speaker. So over the past decade or past 2 decades, we have made progress in indigenous language revitalization, whether in schools, in communities, and we also want to make sure that indigenous cultures are well reserved.
Including, so we shared our experiences on the challenges we overcame, the obstacles, and also how we solved things. So now we have 30 minutes open to the floor to questions. If you have any questions for our presenter or to our 2 panelists, feel free to raise them. We have a question here.
No, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very inspiring and yeah, it was amazing. My main question is, I was wondering if you could expand on like the factors that have fed into the significant budget increase for Indigenous, just because there's a lot of, I guess, by looking internationally, there's a lot of potential that, you know, annual budgeting can be reprioritized for other priorities in society. I mean, things like infrastructure or public health or food security or just other public incentives. But I was just really, I was very, very interested in kind of this, as you said, the 8 times like significant increase in budget that that the Indigenous program has been receiving. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our question from our New Zealand delegation regarding how our government in Taiwan earmarks budget for Indigenous affairs. I would like to give this question to Byung, our Deputy Director. I will respond in Mandarin because my English is not that fluent. The way our government earmarks the budget is every year we look at the projects and we list the projects and then we earmark the budgets. Prior to the Indigenous Languages Development Act, the CIP has to allocate budget per project. So the budget is already small. There's only about 100 million new Taiwanese dollars. But after the Language Development Act in Taiwan, because it stipulates the obligations of the government, so we can propose more projects and plannings per obligations, and we can earmark more budget. Now, last year, as I mentioned earlier on, the then Premier Su, because we have the Indigenous Languages Development Act and the National Language Act. All languages listed as national languages are very important, so there should be a program for the overall development of all languages in Taiwan. It's a rather large-scale, mid-long-term project. And underneath this project, we proposed more projects and more things that needed to be done for Indigenous languages development. So we were able to acquire more budget so that when the budgets are earmarked, we have already a budget earmarked for us that gives us 1.8 billion new Taiwanese dollars that needs to be used within this year. So basically the idea is that the government allocates the budget according to the earmarked proposals from the local governments. So if you have a government level, central government level large project, you are able to have more budget allocated, and the money goes directly towards the promotion and development of indigenous languages. When you talk about, for example, public health or infrastructure, there should be other projects or other budgets allocated and earmarked for infrastructure and other things, so it won't use up our budget for indigenous language development. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, we have one at the back. Further at the back. I would also like to follow up here. Yes, when the government is allocating or earmarking the budget, you need to have a mandate. And in terms of indigenous education, not just language, but indigenous education, it is clearly stipulated that 1.9% of the government budget must be allocated to indigenous education. Hello, I am from New Taipei City. I am a language promoter working in the New Taipei City government. And I would like to ask all of our officials here today, we are promoting bilingual policy at the moment, and they've seen an increase in their budget. Will it eat into our budget for local languages? And also in schools, because of the bilingual policy and because it's being strongly enforced, will it affect our education of indigenous or local languages in Taiwan for these students? Okay, the bilingual policy that you have mentioned is the Mandarin and English bilingual policy. I think we should give some time to our president of the National Academy for Educational Research to follow up later on regarding that policy. But from what I know, the indigenous languages in Taiwan are included in the National Language Development Framework, and budgets are allocated and earmarked accordingly. And it does not interfere, or the Mandarin English bilingual policy does not interfere with our development and promotion. Everything is in parallel. It does not eat into one another's resources of budget. And also within our National Language Development Act, it is clearly stipulated that the indigenous languages must be included in our primary and secondary curriculum. And every week there must be at least 1 hour allocated to indigenous language education. So these should be enforced in parallel, so it shouldn't eat into the resources and the times for indigenous language education. Can I follow up on my question? Yes, I know in elementary schools the teachers are preparing to teach in English starting in primary schools. And could it happen that because teachers have to teach in in English, that they will overlook other local languages because the children need to be educated in Mandarin and English? They will overlook the fact that they have to learn other local languages, including indigenous languages. I think I should put it this way. In the campus, on campus, at schools, there are regulations on what percentage of the hours should be allocated to what education. So whether it's the school for indigenous education or a school for bilingual education, there are all regulations in place. Because you're talking about the Mandarin English bilingual policy, and it is allocated within the original hours that was given. But because indigenous language education is protected by our regulations, by the Development Act, so you cannot take the hours away from them. I would also like to share with everyone that in the early days when the Ministry of Education, actually 2 years ago, the Ministry of Education proposed the bilingual policy. The then Premier Su thought it was a good idea, but he was also worried about our local national languages, which is why the National Languages Development Act, National Languages Development Framework was actually adopted and enacted earlier than the bilingual policies, because we know English teaching is very important, but we cannot miss out on teaching our local indigenous languages. These languages should still be protected, and the education of these languages should still be protected on campus. So coming back to the revitalization of Austronesian languages, if you have questions on this topic or comments regarding this topic or regarding our earlier presentation and our panelists, feel free to raise them.
Kia ora. Deputy Director Byung, you mentioned in your presentation that an issue that you've all identified is that learning in immersion education is good for the students, but when coming back home, you've recognized a challenge that parents aren't using indigenous language with their children. And you mentioned that you have helped to create some incentives or have incentivized families to learn that. I was wondering if you could please expand on that thought and share with us what are those incentives?
Thank you very much for your question regarding promoting immersive preschools. And these preschool students, they would learn indigenous language in an immersive environment at preschools. But when they come home to an environment where some parents don't really use the indigenous language, so that their scenario for using indigenous languages will be non-existent at home. And at CIP, we have plans to incentivize families to speak indigenous languages at home. And I will give the floor to our Deputy Director. Yes, I know President Chen also talked about this earlier on. In addition to the indigenous language nannies, for example, grandparents taking care of their grandchildren at home using indigenous language, we provide them with 3,000 new Taiwanese dollars per month. If you're willing to send your children to immersive preschools, then we give you at least 2,000 new Taiwanese dollars as incentive per month. In addition to indigenous language nannies, according to the language proficiency, we may give raises, and you can participate in this program from the moment your child is born. So we have over 700 children, indigenous children, participating in the Indigenous Language Nanny program. And through rewarding and through awarding these families, we build up the environment to speak indigenous languages at home, including our Mother Language Day each year, the International Mother Language Day. We have like 2 or 3 awards given to these families. First is the award for indigenous language children, because their parents use indigenous languages at home, so these children are very fluent in indigenous languages. So we give them an award on International Mother Language Day. And we also award outstanding indigenous language families. And also starting last year, we have Father's Day and Mother's Day in Taiwan. And usually we award role model fathers and role model mothers, but last year we started awarding the role model indigenous language fathers or mothers. This is basically for people to nominate people you know that really uses the language at home. So on August 8th, our Father's Day this year, it was our 2nd year of awarding role model indigenous language fathers. And also in May, during our Mother's Day, we also award role model indigenous language mothers. So through cash incentives, we also have these public award ceremonies, awarding these parents who speak indigenous languages with their children at home. And we are still trying new methods to build this immersive environment at home.
Thank you for your response. We still have a bit time left for this session. Do we have any further queries? We are currently on the right track. However, I would like to caution everyone against the demographic change. Birth rates are very low. A lot of indigenous schools have closed. We are making efforts to promote education or instructions in indigenous languages. However, as we review the history, in the past, the church in indigenous communities actually provided very good preschool education. However, it didn't do there was something wrong with the education system. Now, only in indigenous communities where churches gathered indigenous people for mass, and preaching is given in indigenous languages. However, how can we establish a sense of community, a sense of belonging among the indigenous people? Now we might have more resources dedicated to indigenous language preservation. However, I was wondering whether, by creating summer camps or any other such events or activities, that we can rekindle the passion of indigenous communities. They want to get together, so that they want to get together to develop a sense of belonging. And also, we hope that different indigenous communities, they will like sharing with other indigenous communities their languages, their cultures, their songs, their rituals. I hope that we can preserve such an energy, such a vibrant atmosphere. So, all in all, we hope that our government policies can be espoused with good measures, so that our children, they can not only learn indigenous languages from teachers in schools, but also from their parents, great or grandparents. So basically, I think that's the direction we should be moving in. And this is a professor at the Theological College of Yushan, and he was sharing with us his opinions, and he also provided some historic context so that we understand better the preservation of indigenous languages. And he gave us a very brief history lesson, and I believe that his suggestions, advice are very valuable. And of course, when we are trying to preserve indigenous languages, we should preserve it at the root. The root is the family. And we hope that indigenous language can be the vehicle for the preservation of indigenous cultures. And so, do we have any response to what has just been said on the floor? Do we have any other queries or maybe feedback from the audience? We have about 10 minutes left. So Minister Dai. Thank you. I can see that the government has invested a lot of resources, financial resources, in revitalizing indigenous languages. And we have learned from the keynote speaker that it is indeed thrilling to see that so many more resources have been dedicated. And I think one of the panelists mentioned the cultural life, but I was wondering whether we can put it on a scale for each indigenous community to evaluate how effective our investments are, whether we have elongate the life expectancy of our indigenous languages, whether our indigenous languages are becoming healthier or not. There's an analogy. Our indigenous languages are critically endangered. We are now our languages are in intensive care. And so maybe we have gathered a lot of language data in our corpora. However, once we return to indigenous communities, we really should take a good look whether these languages are truly used in the communities. We should not be complacent. We should be realistic, whether it's within the community or maybe at the level of CIP. We should develop an assessment tool to see whether this language, how well it has been revived. So I was wondering, in current context, under current framework, under current policy framework, how are our indigenous languages doing? So this is my humble opinion. Thank you. And I believe that this is truly valuable, a truly valuable opinion. So as Minister Dai just pointed out for us, whether it is possible to develop an assessment tool so that we can review our progress, and we might come up with better projects for language development and revitalization. And thank you, Minister Dai. Thank you for your opinion. I think according to Indigenous Language Development Act, for every 5 years, the government should conduct an assessment of how well these languages have been revitalized. And to get down to the bottom, just like one was mentioned by Minister Dai, we want to evaluate whether these languages have survived the crisis, whether they are becoming healthier. And the CIP is deliberating on how to design, is deliberating on the results of the survey. And they are, the council has actually evaluated the health of 16 indigenous languages. So we have made systematic analyses over time. And so we want to ensure that different dialects, we will see how well our revitalization efforts have performed. And so I hope that now in 2013, from 2013 to 2016, we did conduct a survey, but the survey result was outdated. So in accordance with the law, we should conduct such a survey every 5 years when we should update the results. And so I believe that we must demonstrate the achievements of our policies, and we have to check the results against the goals. So, on the one hand, in our mid and long-term projects, our benchmarks are mostly So we would like to ask the keynote speaker and two panelists to stand at the center of the stage for a group photo.
好，我们往中间，然后摄影师已经准备好了。吼吼吼！
吼吼吼！
谢谢。
好喽。
Thank you.
我们接着会进行30分钟
Next is a coffee break, a 30-minute coffee break. Please help yourself to the refreshments on the hallway, and please return on time at 3:30 for the last session of today's forum.
Ma insan ni minta haidan ka kapahrarang insan nila takluti.
好，谢谢大家。
Malo.
Thank you for your participation.
应该都很期待接下来这个最后的场次，那请大家尽快来就座。
Enta mita maamah darang lahi ni minai bel kapah rarangan ita lubih leila nimun ka kasangan ai mita enta nila maam kis al alai amah rarang ilau.
好，我们请大家尽速就座，谢谢。
Ai ta sang ila ai enta am kis al alai lau.
好，我们再次请场内外所有的工作同仁、接待的伙伴们，麻烦请将大家邀请入座。我们要很快的就要开始我们最后一个场次的专题讨论，请大家尽快就座。
这边，那你就那边。
好，我们时间已经来到3点30分哦。为了要把握时间
All right, it is now 3:30, so as not to waste time, not to waste our precious time, we will now move into our third session today.
好，我们再等大家2分钟好吗？
We'll give everyone 2 more minutes to settle down. Please come in and be seated. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have returned to our afternoon session. I would also like to introduce to everyone, we have the Deputy Representative or Deputy Director Renee Bate from the NZCIO. Thank you for joining us. Now, in the previous two sessions, we talked about Indigenous language development policies in Canada and Taiwan and how it completes the legislation of Indigenous language development protections toward, and also outline the obligations of preservation and promotion of Indigenous languages. Our third session moves into New Zealand, and in this session, we will be able to see and learn from the experiences of language development and revitalization in New Zealand.
Ini nuka tuuya ampata silotol ki patutur ki pakiskar ka ahar ita minta haitanela amharang kahini kusa nukal neosila mauli zu yu yan fa zhan zhen che ita tatur.
Next, we would like to invite Luyak Isao, the Deputy Minister of CIP, on stage as the moderator, and invite to the stage speakers from the Matawai, their board of director and their chief advisor, and our panelists, the Honorary Director of the Indigenous Theology and Missions Research and Promotion Center on stage.
The keynote speakers from the Matawai, the Multi-Language Revitalization Commission, the board representative, Tena Tim, the chief advisor, Dia Tumoana, and the investment manager, Nehana Purbander. And then we have two plenary speakers also with us.
Now, without further ado, we give our floor to our moderator, Noik Isao. Hello, everyone. I am very happy to be here today, gathered with everyone. We will be more energized after all of this. Now, today we have policy exchanges between three countries. I'm sure with our exchanges and experiences shared, we will gain more insight into the measures and policies of Indigenous language development in our respective countries. And it will really benefit us. Just like in the morning, Elaine shared with us the Indigenous language development policies in Canada. That's when I learned that our Indigenous Language Development Act in Taiwan is drafted by the central government, but in Canada, it's drafted by respective provinces and territorial governments. I think it has to do with the different government systems we have in our two countries, but it also shows that this is a grassroots movement in Canada, moving from bottom up. That is what really motivates their Indigenous language development policies in Canada. Now, this final session in the afternoon, we are very honored to have invited from New Zealand, Dia Tumana, the chief advisor of Te Matawai, and the board of director, Dana, and also their colleague Nathan, to share with us on the Maori language development policy. And we also have with us two panelists, two faces that you're all very familiar with, that has a lot to do with Indigenous language education in Taiwan, as well as pushed for the legislation of various aspects of Indigenous affairs in Taiwan. First of all is the honorary retired professor at Global University of Technology, adjunct professor, Professor Tsai, Saflu, Dubai. He currently teaches in Taichung, and he was formerly a legislator and has contributed greatly to the Indigenous Professor Association. The second one is also a very familiar face, which is the former principal of the Yushan Theological Institution School. He has profound experiences and expertise in terms of language, and he is also formerly a director of the Prehistoric Museum and has in-depth knowledge of language. Now, with our 3 presenters and our 2 panelists, we will learn a lot from language development policies in New Zealand and vice versa, our experiences in Taiwan. Now I would like to give the floor to Diana.
E nā rā tātou te kaupapa e tau mai ki roto I tō tātou whare ko te tapunui anō hoki o te kaupapa e whakakotahi mai rā tātou tēnā rā koutou. Kia ora everybody, ngā mihi nui kia tātou. Greetings. I think this afternoon 3 of us are going to approach 3 different parts of the language revitalization efforts and endeavours in really over the last century or so in Aotearoa, New Zealand, its setting and its context. I think one of the first messages that has to be completely and utterly unequivocal, unconfusing and uncomplicated is that the Te Mātāwai endeavour and its establishment is totally and utterly driven and controlled by the Indigenous peoples and Māori communities of Aotearoa. I think the historical overview and background is something that is not uncommon to us all as Indigenous peoples across the globe, and that has been reiterated and repeated theme in the talks throughout this day. Our story and journey is no different. In fact, the parallels are a little bit scary. So in the 1300s, of course, we formed part of the wider context of the Austronesian or the South Pacific Rim. We are one of your cousins. In fact, what we know by genealogical protocols in Māoridom is that you are our older sibling. You are our mātāmua or our tuakana. In the 1300s, that's the type of relationship that we enjoyed across the greater expanse of the Pacific with you. Pre-1850, all people in Aotearoa spoke Māori. I have to say that that's only recent. Right? That's not so far away. Right? Not compared with the histories of vast communities in the European states. So 200, 170 years ago is really a very recent history for us, as it has been for some of you. In 1850, of course, that's about what? Yes, 173 years ago, this was our position. Our Māori language, we were the minority. In 1950, there was a great renaissance. You know, 1950 was a period of time in New Zealand. It coincided with a number of great social and political events, one of which, of course, was World War II, where all our great Māori leaders, by hook or by crook, whether they wanted to or not, they were shipped on boats and they headed over to fight Hitler. We lost many of our language leaders, our native speakers. They were the community leaders and the anchors in communities, not just for the indigenous language of Māori, but the dialectal variations that were enjoyed and formed part of the great diversity of the cultural makeup of various iwi, the 109 iwi in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So there was a diversity that we lost through that event. The Renaissance also intersected with a number of other, what I refer to as other deprivation types of actions, omissions, and legislative barriers. The other was, of course, at this point in time, that was 100 years after the great land wars when the English colonized Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I speak perfect English because that is my colonizer language. I speak my colonizer language like some of you have referred to in the last couple of days as we've enjoyed our stay here. We all have a language that acts as a bridging language at the moment, and often it's our colonizing language or our colonizer language. Mine is English. And so some of the intersections in terms of legislation was the abolishment of not just native schools, because native schools, of course, those were the instruments of the colonizing settler. It wasn't an indigenous school. The indigenous school took place, was enjoyed prior to the land wars. Our land wars took shape in about 1860s, between 1860 to 1868, thereabouts. That's when we went to war with England, with Scotland, and a number of others, including some French. So we had that level of social and political impact on our language. So coming forward to 1972, there was a great propensity and energy that was driven by Indigenous communities to revitalize the language because it was coinciding with the loss of land and then the fight to have the land returned. So language loss was coinciding with a number of things: the loss of mountains, the loss of rivers, the loss of land bases, the loss of gardens, the loss of the right to use natural resource in a sustainable way by the protocols and rules and regulations of Indigenous communities of Aotearoa. So all these things were impacting at the same time. We weren't just losing language. Kapai. So 30,000 people signed a petition. This is called Te Petihana mo Te Reo Māori, or the petition to revitalize, to give emergence, to elevate, and to give impetus again to the importance of the Indigenous language of Aotearoa, Te Reo Māori. And these are some of our, sorry, can we go back one slide? These are some of our aunties and uncles, our nannies, our grandfathers, our grandmothers, taking the first petition, official petition, to our parliament, to our government, to say this is unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable that the Indigenous people's language of this country is not an official one yet. And that some of our most highly esteemed elders were at the forefront, and they were the vanguard of that drive, that push, and that fight. They were very forceful, very forceful. And you know, I heard this description recently around some of the women, the aunties and the uncles, who were responsible for representing that agitation. That they were very regal and they were very gentle, but they were exceptionally forceful. They signed a petition that saw the Māori Language Act become official, the Māori language become an official language of Aotearoa, New Zealand. So if you count back to the Land War period, 1860, and come forward to 1970, that is exactly how many years? It's well over 100 years worth of struggle, agitation, and smart and wise counsel by our people and our elders in order to even have our government turn their ears to our call. Then in 1981, only a short 10 years after that particular petition, the petitioning of our government to bring some attention to this critical issue, one of the most famous movements across the world was born, and it was known in our country lovingly and affectionately referred to as the movement of the kohanga reo, or the language nests. The language nests were deliberately tailored and designed to start to teach our babies the next 2-3 generations, so there was intergenerational deliberate pathwaying, deliberate pathways. Sometimes before the babies were born, we would speak and sing to the unborn child. These are what the language nests were specifically designed and deliberately designed to do. All right. You can read those for yourselves. In 1985, a short 4 years after that, of course, we had this huge influx.
Yes.
Well, it's huge by our standards. We had many, many babies coming through at school age. They were fluent, and in fact, the indigenous languages that they were speaking was their first language. So we had many, many first language children coming through, but we had no school for them. There were no school facilities. So, you know, many parents like myself would sit back and think, well, now where will my child go? Where will they be schooled? And many of us parents held our children at home and schooled them at home in our spare shed. And so that, of course, all that movement and all that endeavour and all that effort drove the importance of being able to alleviate the support of our government not to take lead and not to take control of our movement, but in fact to use legislative tools and mechanisms that removed their barriers and their racist policies. It's as simple as that. So Te Taura Whiri Te Reo was one of their first attempts. Te Taura Whiri Te Reo, we must give credit where credit is due, and Te Taura Whiri Te Reo was one such organisation that is Crown established and Crown owned. So just because things carry a Māori name does not mean it is controlled by Indigenous peoples of Aotearoa, New Zealand. This is one example, but this was the first attempt by the Crown to step forward and provide some attention to the needs of Māori, to the call of Māori, that the Indigenous language is an absolute imperative, because encoded in our language are all the components that make us feel proud of our identity. It allows our children to stand tall in the world. It gives them a very anchored sense of belonging, and then the world is not a threat to them. And they can step out into the globe, and the globe is something that they can enjoy immensely rather than feel afraid to explore. Right, so there was a whole generation of different types of legislation. Decade of 30 was one of the first attempts by our government to attend to te reo Māori. Here's what the inherent problem of these types of legislations were. There were challenges and contest and conflict around these legislations, although their intention was, in fact, to assist and support. One of the problems is that it was a top-down process, immediately. That was its inherent problem, that these were the things that the Crown and the government thought was good for me. It was good for us as Māori. Of course, we were a lot smarter than that. And we were very clear that legislation had to be something that protected and helped to preserve the manner in which we determined the passageway for us. Legislation had to be legislation that did not repeat the mistakes of yesterday, where legislation was used as an instrument to subtract, to deter, to oppress, and to deprive. So these legislations were kind of like second-generation legislations and enactments. They were a little bit wiser than their predecessor. And even though they had a few problems in them, that was part of our journey. That was part of the journey, and I'm sure you can relate to those things. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't the best, and we knew that there could be an improvement on it. So Te Tauda Whiri was a top-down, it was Crown-owned, it was controlled by the Crown, and it was funded and resourced by the Crown. It did many things that supported te reo Māori. There's absolutely no two ways about that. We can't deny that. But it was not indigenously controlled. We've come forward into 1996. So this is a timeline, historical timeline. We've condensed it. And, you know, so I call this the third generation legislation. And from this point forward, 1996, the Indigenous communities of Aotearoa, New Zealand, so these are iwi-based representatives who are mandated by their iwi, including those who are mandated by what we call legacy organisations and Māori communities, in recognition that our people now live in a diverse range of existences. That does not necessarily mean that they only reside and exist inside iwi structures. Many of our people, in fact, the majority of them do not. And that's not to say that that is not a goal of our people. It is a goal of many of our people, but we're in a transition phase at the present time, socially and politically. 1996, mandated representatives, when I talk about mandated representatives, if this entire room was one of the tribes, and this entire room said, yes, this handsome fella down the front here, this handsome gentleman down the front here, he has all of your trust and confidence, and he shall be given the mandate of this room to sit on this board and represent the aspirations, the dreams, and the motivations of this room, of this tribe. That is how a mandate is achieved where I'm from. And then this entire room, if they decide that their representative, mandated representative has been lazy, they've got a 3-year period. At the end of that 3-year period, they may have that person removed. Or indeed, if they've done an exceptional job, they may indeed ask that person to remain for an additional term. So all iwi representatives on the board that was established through the muscle and the drive and the motivation of this group. This group moved around the country for a couple of years to uplift a clear mandate. And then it meant, you see, a mandate doesn't last forever. It means that you must go back and have it renewed in our country. That's what it means. It doesn't mean you can stay there for 100 years. So it's absolutely imperative that, that mandates are renewed. So we are clear, we've got somebody there who is representing currency, who's representing tradition, and is able to mediate all those worlds when they're representing language revitalization for Indigenous peoples. Anyway, I think that might be enough from me for the time being. Thank you very much for listening and for this time with you.
Tēnā koutou, I'm Ria. Taina has laid the foundation that has driven us to get to the point where we need to get to. She talked about ground up, everybody's talked about ground up. You can see in this visual, in 2015, Māori was still on the ground at the bottom. All the decision making was done by those government agencies. They determined what would happen, they allocated resources, they prioritised as they saw fit within their framework, and that's 2015. But after the work of the picture that was on before, the new legislation came about, Te Ture mo Te Reo Māori, and that legislation moved the people on the ground, our iwi, our Māori, into a partnership approach, and that's new. For Te Reo Māori, we haven't had that. All we've had is government-led organisations doing their best within the machinery of the government. We are not government. Te Mātāwai is iwi and Māori. This is a partnership between iwi and Māori and the New Zealand government. That's new. That's the legislation that affords us partnership rights. We Māori and iwi, with Te Mātāwai, we have moved from the bottom of the steps up onto the stage, and now we can own the space and use the space and determine how, not we in the office, but all the people you saw on the photos, how they want to play out their language revitalisation journey. Every community has different needs. Those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. There's 1,000 solutions out there, and this legislation has enabled Māori people to come up on the stage and determine.
And so with, kia ora everyone, I'm Nate. With that, this is the makeup of our entity. We are a statutory independent entity who can act independently with the mandate that's been given by the Indigenous people. And our organisation is broken down into these 8 clusters. And these 8 clusters, 7 of them are geographically based. And according to the legislation that you saw just moments ago, there are iwi, or tribal groups, that affiliate to these geographical locations. And there are 10 legacy groups who affiliate to our 8th cluster, known as Te Reo Tukutuku, who represent 4 sectors, which are community, media, education, and urban Māori. Each of these regions, including our sector-based one, then nominates for themselves, as Taina alluded to earlier, they are given the mandate to elect for themselves a member on our governance board. The co-chairs of our governance board are Reikura Kahi and Bernie O'Donnell. And so 7 of these board members are elected, 1 from each geographically based cluster. These 7 here that are dancing right now. 4 are elected, 1 from each sector of Te Reo Tukutuku. Taina is one of those representatives. Taina represents the community. And the last 2 are ministerial appointments. and they sit on our governance board, and a total of 13 members is what governs Te Mātāwai, our decision-making, how we operate, what we invest in, what we say yes to, what we say no to, is governed by those 13 representatives who've been mandated by their tribal groups. Then, those board members elect for themselves a panel of language revitalization experts and practitioners who will sit as a regional board so that they can then decide what is best for their region by developing these, an investment strategy or an investment plan. With these investment plans, they can say, this is what's important for us, because these representatives have come back to their tribes and said, what do we need? What do you need? What will help you learn your Indigenous language? What will motivate you? What will inspire you? That is what their job is, and as a result, they develop these. And then so, to resource those plans and those strategies, Te Mātāwai has an investment fund of $10 million a year. That $10 million is then spread across our kāhui like so, 10% to each of those regional-based clusters, 25% to the national reaching sector-based cluster, and 5% left for evaluation so that we can see what is working, what is effective, what methodology works, what methodology maybe doesn't work. That's what that 5% goes towards. And so this is what makes up Te Mātāwai. As Ria said earlier, we do have an office based in Wellington, but we are not Te Mātāwai by ourselves. That board, those panel experts, these kāhui, this sector-based kāhui, they are all Te Mātāwai. And so, when we're talking about in legislation, what partnership looks like, what leadership looks like, here are some examples of partnership that we've done so far.
We're putting it in action with our partnership approach and presenting. So one of the first items here is bilingual signage. Te Mātāwai, as a Māori organisation, doesn't control signs, but the government organisation realised the leadership and partnership role that we have, and they came to us and worked with us. And one of the first signs was the one over here. It just happens to be me in the picture, looking a bit younger maybe now. The Kura school sign, yeah. And that, it took a long time, but you know, you see a sign, I see a blueprint for partnership, because this is new. This has not been done before in New Zealand. And so how do we build in these processes and these steps to know what partnership actually looks like in practice? That first sign set down a way that we can work together. And at the moment, New Zealand is considering introducing all these signs. And our communities, those PI members, they had a say in this. It wasn't just me and my friend, my colleague Marcel in the office going, oh, I like that one. It went out to our people and gave them the opportunity, used our community experts on the translation panel who did all this. It's never just one person.
That's right. And another example of partnership where our iwi representing entity, Te Mātāwai, collaborated with government agency Te Taurawhiri and other partners to develop Hiara Pautama. And Hiara Pautama is a micro-simulation tool. What does that mean? Good part-time, Nate. A micro-simulation tool that allows us to identify the best way to utilize resources effectively to revitalize te reo Māori. That's what this tool can do. So, what the report of Hiara Pautama has told us is that if you get 5,000 families involved in community immersion initiatives, by the year 2040, you will have 55,000 more conversationalists in te reo Māori, and you will have 46,000 more fluent speakers.
Okay, I found this on the web for 46,000 feet.
Thank you,
Check
Siri.
it out.
What this report also tells us is that if you have 7,500 children in Māori medium education, full immersion, you'll have 45,600 more conversationalists and 30,400 more fluent speakers. If you invest 30,000 children into mainstream education, you'll get 14,800 conversationalists and only 1,100 more fluent speakers. With Hera Potama as a tool, you can twist levers, you can choose factors, you can manipulate it to tell us, if I were to invest in an initiative that does these particular things, it will tell you what the result will be. And so what we can see here, the way that we can read this, is that immersion works. Community-based immersion works. Immersion in the home works. Immersion education works. Māori medium, Indigenous schooling works. Mainstream is not as effective. You still get some output, but it is not as effective. And so this always helps us answer the question, where are our resources better placed? And so as an entity that represents Indigenous people in communities, we will always argue that resources going to communities to lead community-led initiatives works best. Our final example we'll get to shortly. Here's a map actually of Hera Potama, where it can tell us where in Aotearoa are the densest populations of Indigenous speakers. The darker the colour on the map of New Zealand means the denser the languages. Percentage-wise, we can see where the density, what is the most dense places across Aotearoa with the most fluent speakers. We can see here the darkest blue means that 50 to 60% of that population can speak their Indigenous language. And so up here we have a small region called Otaki, Wellington region. It's kind of in the middle there. We've got some small regions in Auckland and across the East Coast who all have 50 to 60% of their people able to speak their Indigenous language. I could go on about Hera Potama. It's a great tool, but here's a QR code that will show you the report. You won't have access to the tool just yet, but you'll be able to access the report that tells you how resources are best placed in order to get the best and most effective revitalization for your dollar, effectively. And so scan that as you will. Don't read it now, because I still need you to listen to what we have to say. Our final example will actually be shortly, so I'll talk to the timeline and why we thought it was so important to speak to Indigenous languages and speakers. Yeah.
So what you can see is 1900, we had 95%. The timeline's going to show you. By 1979, we had 64,000. But Hera Potama will tell us it will take us till 2040 to return to the 1979 measure. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of effort. But these fluent speakers, they are essential for our homes and our communities to drive and support immersion domains. But it takes a long time. Yeah. And so you'll see the rapid decline once intergenerational transmission was disrupted. 1975, 5%. Try not to cry. But Te Mātāwai has set a goal that by 2040, we'll have 25% of our 0 to 7-year-olds having Te Reo Māori as their first language. It's taken that long, 1975 to 2040, 65 years just to get to 25% of our young people. It's a long, hard road. It's not a sprint. We all know that. Yep. Oh, and so the educationalists in the room would be interested in our immersion education. And when we say immersion education, it's not just language, it's culture. Whenever we say Te Reo Māori, it's always tikanga next to it. We don't always say the word, but it's implied in it. Oh, tikanga, what is tikanga? It's the cultural context that makes us who we are and the practices that we do, that's tikanga. And so our immersion schooling system, our education system is not doing well. There's a leaky pipeline. 21% of our young people start in the pipe of immersion education. Then it leaks down to 13%. Then it leaks down at secondary school to 5%, 6%. So retention in the education, in the formal education space is not as strong as it could be, should be. And the last one, partnership is the new game. It's the new operating paradigm for Aotearoa. We talked about partnership examples domestically with other government agencies, with other agencies who work for Te Reo Māori. But this one, previously, if a minister went internationally to talk about Te Reo Māori, they would take the government representatives. But now, Te Mātāwai, they went to the launch of the IDOL event in Paris in December last year as the iwi representatives for Te Reo Māori. So partnership is international, domestic, community, iwi. It's happening all over the place. If you don't have a partner, you're not on board.
And so we want to show you now a few examples of community-led initiatives. Perfect timing. Some community-led initiatives.
Mohiona tātou, ka toru reanga e ora anō ai te reo.
Ai, he uaua, me upoko pakaru.
Kāri I tua atu I te kāinga.
E taunaki ana te mātāwai kia ukai pō anō te reo Māori.
Mena e kaupapa tāu e ihi, e wana anō ai te reo.
Tuhia, whakamaheretia tō kaupapa.
Kei te hakihia tūwhera ai te rauna haumitanga. Nau mai te tono.
That was actually an ad that promotes our investment program where people, families, communities can ask for funding or investment funds to support initiatives that are run by families, by communities to revitalize their reo. And it was talking about 3 generations, what it takes 1 generation to lose a language and 3 to try and get it back into the family. And so our investment program is open to all of our iwi, all of our tribal groups, to find some financial support to lead initiatives to revitalize the language. One of which is this. This is called Whare Kōrero. Whare Kōrero. What this is it gives access to all tribal groups to 21 tribal radio stations. The next one is an initiative that is run in the ngahere, we call it ngahere, or in the forest. They are visiting some of the landmarks, important landmarks to revitalize their language, where that language came from. And with the struggles of COVID-19, there was also online innovation where we opened online classes.
Only you can understand what your reality is.
So there's really no other way to learn to kōrero than to kōrero.
There is no set template for your plan.
Ko tēnei te whakamahere reo, ko tēnei te kaupapa, me mahi tātou te whānau I tēnei.
So we used online as a medium for learning language planning and strategies within the homes and with families who would make a language plan on how they would use their Indigenous language every day. And the last example I want to show you today is Te Ātārangi. Te Ātārangi. Te Ātārangi were the very first original community-based immersion educators in Aotearoa. Te Ātārangi was there before any legislation. They were there before kohanga reo. They were there well before Te Mātāwai. So they were the first original community-based immersion educators. Taina on our board represents them as a board member. What they do is they go to the people to teach them their language. They go to the people. They go into their homes. They go into their communities to run programs that revitalize their language. And every year they reach 100 families with 4 generations within those families. And with those efforts, the revitalization journey is strong. Te Ātārangi are one of our legacy groups at Te Mātāwai. And that's all the time we have. I'll hand it over to Taina to close us in our kōrero.
Huri no I tō tātou whare. Kari tua tui te mihi ake no I a tātou. Ko te mihi ki o tātou rana tira. Ki nā kai whakahaere anō I tā tātou kaupapa I tēnei rangi. I'd like to just close off by saying that really one of our biggest themes and themes that we leave with you today is this, is that what we have learnt over our very short journey really is that there are generations of legislation as there are generations of children that we have to shift and move through a decisive and a deliberate passageway. And in that passageway, there are pitfalls, and there are challenges, and there are strengths and successes that we endeavour to navigate all the way through. But what is plain and clear to us is some of the constants of these, is that Māori immersion is what works in Aotearoa, New Zealand, driving it into the homes, supporting parents to teach young children, to teach the next 3 generations. Māori immersion is what appears to be working successfully according to all our research tools, to even our gut feeling about those things. So we drive that from the bottom up and across in all directions. It's definitely, and that's something we have learnt over time. And so now we are influencing, we are the great, powerful influencers of our government and crown agencies to drive from the bottom up. Kia ora tātou.
I'd like to thank you for your presentation and thank you for your warrior dance. This is world-famous dance. Thank you for bringing the dance to Taiwan. Once again, put your hands together for the speakers and the dancers. In the very beginning, I only introduced to you our speakers. Now, I would like to introduce all of them. And Dr. Tanner, and the one in the middle is investment manager, Mr. Nathan. I am really touched by the presentation. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our first panelist to share with us, Mr. Safulu, to share with us his feedback. So based on the presentation we were listening to, I am going to draw a comparison between the language policies in New Zealand and in Taiwan. And in fact, Maori language policies actually have evolved in different stages. And here in Taiwan, we also went through different stages. So at the first stage, the KMT government tried to get rid of the Japanese language. And at second stage, all dialects, including indigenous languages, were oppressed by the government. At the third stage, starting in 1993, indigenous languages, along with other languages of Taiwan, have been included, recognized as national languages. And at stage 4, just like Maori language, indigenous languages must be recognized. The status of the languages must be enhanced. And starting in 2005, in fact, the government has stepped up the effort further to promote languages, indigenous languages among the public. And at sixth stage, hopefully indigenous education will be integrated, the curriculum for all citizens. And in 1997, Indigenous Peoples Education Act was passed, and we actually made a lot of effort, but most efforts were made with regard to languages, indigenous languages. And we must work harder in different aspects, including history, science, and culture. And now let's review the Indigenous Peoples Basic Act. And so a government agency, a specific government agency, like the Council of Indigenous Peoples, has been established, and it will take charge of indigenous affairs. This is what we have been doing. And there are some other legislations. In 2017, Indigenous Languages Development Act was passed, and in 2019, it was National Languages Development Act. And so indigenous languages were included as one of the national languages. However, it was not an official language, so there was room for improvement. We have to work harder to promote the status of our indigenous languages. And we were listening to the speakers. We now know the status of Maori language. In 2013, only 21.3% spoke the language, and we saw a decline. So you could see a very similar trend in Taiwan. And so most languages, I should say endangered languages, experience similar declines. And so in 2013, it plunged all the way down to 21.3%. And they expect by 2040, 69,000 people might be able, 69,000 above the age of 15 might be able to speak Maori fluently. I was wondering whether we can set up a goal like that. Hopefully, by a certain point in time in the future, we'll also have a large proportion of people speaking indigenous languages fluently. In Taiwan, indigenous languages are recognized, identified as endangered languages. And the government actually provided some guidance, assistance in revitalizing endangered languages. And there were online resources made available.
16族的语言42个方言别都是这个濒危语言的。那我们在做的保存复振的方式是什么？然后政府做了一些什么工作？刚刚讲的，1993纳入这个乡土文化，然后政府也提供了不少的资源哈，然后培育师资培训，然后族语推广人员，现在好像还有很多各种不同的那个身份的，我自己都搞不清楚了。但是最起码比较大的，除了提供这个资金之外，还有师资的培训跟这个语推人员的组织哈。除了这个还有各组还设立了一个各组的语言推动组织哈。然后我们知道很早以前我们也成立了原民台后来也有广播电台然后这些都是官方的资金在做的。那民间有没有？有。
Oh, these are all fundings from the official fundings. And so currently we have the Amis Wikipedia online in 2021, and all of the entire team working on the Amis Wikipedia are volunteers. So in the past, we have a few people who have helped, and they are all people of very proficient levels, but they hear that it's an unpaid job, then they didn't want to help. So the reason we work on this Amis Wikipedia is because we want people to have access to this online resources. So this is Wikipedia on the Maori people. We want, and this is written in the Amis language, we want our people to be able to understand the world in our own languages. So this is what we are doing in the translation of Wikipedia into the Amis language. And this is last month. We visited Singapore for Wikimania. We were going to apply for funding from CIP, but we were asked to provide household registration, so I decided against it. And this is us taking photographs in the Wikimania. So the comprehensive overview of indigenous language learning, there are so many policies, we're all working on them. So what is going on with indigenous language learning at the moment? Right now, our indigenous language is tied in with exams. We have interpersonal interactions and marriages, and we have diversification of languages. We have people who speak other languages, and we're all very proud that we're now multilingual. And so this is proficiency exams and language exams like this are tied in with the school system. Our first Minister of the Council of Indigenous Peoples, Yohani, said that these linguists say that they're experts, but they don't understand the languages of indigenous peoples. For example, the Puno people don't have A and O. And he said, well, that's because the indigenous peoples can't pronounce properly. In the early days, there are a lot of non-indigenous peoples helping us, so we don't know how to really help ourselves and develop our own languages. These are the things that we've been working on recently. Finally, so these are what we're working on. We're integrating our languages, building up our confidence. But ultimately, where are we going? Like I said earlier on, the Maori, the Heara Potoma predicts that there will be 69,000 fluent speakers aged 15 plus by 2040. What about indigenous peoples in Taiwan? This is the statistics of people using the respective languages at home. We can see there's 1.9% of people speaking indigenous languages at home, but that's education level, at primary level. For those who are more educated into tertiary education, there's only a 0.6% of people using indigenous languages at home. And this is a survey by the Ministry of Culture, which is done very recently. So people use Mandarin Chinese more as the most commonly used language at home, to speak with their parents, spouses, or children, brothers and sisters at school or at work, and the first language they use. So these are things that I think we should think about. Maybe we should do what the Maori people are doing right now so that we can really preserve and revitalize our language. Thank you, Professor Tai. Now, yes, especially that last part, immersive education for language can prevent what was mentioned earlier on, to prevent people from always only using Mandarin, whether at work or at home. Now we give the floor to Director Tong Chunfa Masekte Gadu. First of all, and most importantly, thank you. In the Baiwan language is thank you very much, and thank you for staying here, and thank you for, first of all, I would like to remember their names. I would like to thank Ria, Nate, and Dana for sharing with us your presentation, and I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity of participating, and I am so happy to be the panelist for this session, because we can learn from New Zealand what you have done at Te Mata Wai. I am touched, but I am also saddened by what you have shared with me. I am Maseksek, and I have 6 points I would like to share with you as response. And this is what I have learned as well. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I thank your team. I thank the 3 of you. For emphasizing that historical and genealogical connection between Taiwan and New Zealand, as just like we're really brothers and sisters. So I would like to thank you for mentioning that. And secondly, I would like to again thank you for sharing your experiences with us, sharing with us your efforts in working so hard. Having saw your presentation, you have, all the three of you have shared stories with me that really pains my heart. It's as if we share, even though we have parallels, we each went through different stages of revitalization of our indigenous languages. This, the line in red, it means that this is the history of culture being rejuvenated. And we learn from history, giving life again to our culture. I heard from you, you have shared something very important to us, and that really touches me. You said that everyone, we all have the responsibility. Everyone plays a critical role in every generation. As you said to me, because our hearts are one, to revitalize our Maori language. And it touches me from the bottom of my heart. And as Ria said, because of our current status of the Maori language and the leadership of the Maori people, you define how your language should be revitalized. And we can see that, and you also said that you believe that the people who are closest to the problems can come up with the best solutions for the problems. And we can see, as you have shared with us on the first page, from the 1300 to 1850, the Austronesian peoples migrated in the Pacific region, and everybody in Aotearoa spoke Maori. And in 1972, there is you realize that there is a crisis that you should face together. And you said that we should face this together from the heart. So you have looked at how to salvage the withered language and to make it sprout again. So we can see here that after the many years, you have begun to revitalize your language. You have built a path, and that is very important.
在排湾族的概念的当中嘞，哎，这么三年大，remain了多啊，kemacari sirisyanan,
So we can see that the legislation for revitalization of the Maori language was in 1987, and but before that, in 1981, you started the first Koangareo, and in 1985, you started the first Kura Kaupapa Maori. This is what we have learned from you. And you have also built a corpora so that you can provide more resources to people. So it's like the corpora is like a vessel, a container, and you have the Maori Television Act, which has 2 channels, and you also have, and one channel uses only the Maori language, and you also train Maori translators and interpreters. We can see that when we look into history, we find that New Zealand Maori language and the indigenous languages in Taiwan have suffered destructive blows by the colonization, which set our indigenous languages in crisis in both of our island nations. And language, the revitalization of language or the rebirth of language is to understand the history and the truth of how we lost our language. And language is given by God, it's given by our ancestors, and it is a historical truth and cultural dignity of our life. So we should work together, shoulder to shoulder, so that language can we can live that glory of our culture with language. And this is what we want to see, the rejuvenation, revitalization of culture from language. You are very special. Thank you very much. You are true and authentic. Thank you. And you are worthy of praise. Thank you very much.
好，谢谢童教授把我们的把这个我们台湾跟纽西兰的这个语言的丧失到复振有很多的共通点。
So you can see Maori language and Taiwan's indigenous languages have a lot in common. We're wondering whether we have any feedback from the floor, from the audience. I am MC for today's forum.
I am the MC, but I am also a section chief at the Department of General Planning. I have a question for your board members' structure. I know that you have 2 ministerial appointees on the board of member. I want to know what are they there for, and secondly, for what's the responsibility respectively of Te Matawai and Te Punikokiri. And also, I noticed that in your board member, you also have the board members. There's also delegate from the 4 sectors. For example, Dana is from community sector, and there's also the urban Maori people. I want to understand more about this part because we know in New Zealand there's about 80% of the Maori people living in urban areas. So it's very similar with what we are facing in Taiwan as well. We have over half of indigenous people's population living in urban areas or have their household registrations in urban areas. So we want to understand when Te Matawai is promoting your language development policies, do you have a sector representing the Maori, urban Maori? So does that mean you have different policies and strategies for those living in the communities and in communities?
非常的深入啊，看起来是 Ria Tomoana 要回答。Okay, thank you.
I will answer the first question.
我来回答第一个问题。
Ministerial appointees. In the legislation, those 2 ministerial appointees are provided in theory to ensure that our board can attract the skills it needs, because 11 of the members are elected, are mandated by the people. And if we got 11 teachers, who is going to write the audit and risk papers? In the legislation, it is there to provide an opportunity for Te Mātāwai board to co-opt in skills that it needs from the people. That's the first
one. From a board perspective, as somebody who operates on the board, the 2 representative positions from the Crown is not always met with agreement. They are positions that are tested by our board, and we have had fervent discussions around their usefulness and their lifespan with us on a board. I think they play a role. They play a role, as most intergenerational legislations have played a role in our life. We are very clear that Crown representatives are not necessarily permanent. They may play a temporary role, and we are still in very deep discussions, I think, contemplation about the usefulness of those roles into the next term, next 4 or 5 years. I believe that it is a temporary mechanism that allowed us to, first of all, broker a more meaningful and test the integrity of the relationship with our Crown partner. Despite that they are Indigenous people, we are very clear with the board lens that they will represent a Crown position when they are approached by the Crown partner to do so. However, they are also Indigenous, and they are often led by their Indigenous heart. I think also my position as a sector representative, I represent community. I specifically represent 3 different types of Māori-based communities who are largely urban located. Despite I myself am located in a tribal area and community, I have my particular tribe has decided that they will not participate in Te Mātāwai until they are convinced that this is a useful pathway for them. So not all iwi are participating in this initiative, but it is a very powerful initiative that is growing impetus with many iwi. My representation has been gained as a result of large Māori-based legacy groups or community-based groups who have a long history in supporting the social and economic deprivation of our people. So I represent that historical passageway, and they are also groups and organisations who still exist. They're vital to the overall social and economic profile and energy of our country. And they are organisations who are led out by some very influential Indigenous Māori leaders of their time 40, 50 years ago or so. So I think the urban-based representation is not the largest representation on the Te Mātāwai board. We comprise 4 representatives in the various sectors. One is urban, one is media, and there are a couple of others. But to answer that particular question, why 80% of our people are still represented in urban areas and town-based areas, and we have the majority of representation on our board as being iwi-based. This is because there's a very clear political conscientisation on this board around the homeland being the tuakana. That the homeland is the long-term, medium-term, sometimes short-term aspiration for our people to reconnect to their homelands, because their language is born of their homeland.
Thank you for your responses. Thank you for Dr. Tana. Thank you for your explanation. So we know how this organization works, how it's represented, how Maori people are represented. And of course, the functions are not explained specifically, but overall, we get the picture. Do we have any other questions, any queries? Microphone. Please do not speak until you get the microphone. I have several questions somehow related to the previous questions. So iwi have their representatives, and each one has their habus. So how are these families related to these iwis? So different habus have their own thoughts, their own ideas. How do different opinions get integrated, or how do their opinions get voiced? So that's my first question. And also, Maori language strategy. In 2014, in your revitalization policy, it's mentioned that the promotion of Maori language should be family-based. So Tautongwi, that's what the foundation does. In 2010, these projects have been implemented, and it's been more than 10 years. So when these projects are implemented, what has been achieved? So you have emphasized the functions of families in revitalization. And it's also mentioned that if iwi habu's rights are emphasized, are given a lot of attention, how do representatives voice the needs of the habus and different whanus?
Thank you.
Nathan is going to do the results, and I'll answer the iwi and the hapu-based question. First of all, how do we, if I'm correct, the question was how do we know what the hapu and iwi needs are? I think, yes, I think that takes us back to the presentation around the composition of the thing that we call the pai motuhake, which is a group, a mandated group. So you have mandated people who are 100%, often 100% of the time, they are already recognized and highly acknowledged language and cultural leaders in their communities. So they have already been recognised as such. What that means, and I'm sure you will understand it inside your own communities, what that means essentially is that if you are already an acknowledged and recognised leader, it means that you have done lots of hard work already in your community. And should you require your community to unify around a particular project or to unify around a particular issue, philosophy, ideology, you are a powerful influencer in that. And the needs are then accessed and obtained and shared between that representative and their specific community, because that representative is also close to the problem, because they're embedded in their community. Often they are embedded in their community, which means that they were either born and raised in their community, or they've recently returned to their community. Whatever the case might be, they are clearly recognised as having enough integrity and influence and respect and the trust of the community. And that's how they access and are able to consult with their community very often, at any given time. They are trusted to ask questions of their community, to gain and investigate what works for the community, what their immediate needs are, and what the problem areas are. It's not difficult for those representatives to be able to access and talk in unity with their communities in that way.
Thank you, Taina. And to answer the next part of your question around family-driven, community-driven initiatives, and with us making such an emphasis that revitalization happens in the home, what are the results of the investments that we've made to date? It's a really good question. So, Te Mātua Wai, we are interested in many, many things. We measure micro shifts. We measure language outcomes. We take a look at how many more homes now use our Indigenous language as the primary language of use within that home. We are interested in how many communities that speak together as a result of language classes that are run in those respective communities. And so I'll share with you a few examples of some of those outcomes. We shared about Te Atarangi in our presentation. In the last financial year for us, they reached over 100 families, each with 4 generations within those families, and each of them shifted in the excellence of their language use. Many of the parents shifted, not necessarily in the use of language, but in the confidence. We're also very interested in those attitudinal shifts as a result of these investments. So what we want to be able to say back to our Crown partner are things like this. As a result of the investments that have been made by Te Mātua Wai, let's say, for example, every 100 New Zealand dollars has shifted the confidence in 3 people. That means a lot to us. We don't necessarily care about some of the metrics that our Crown care about, which is more people speaking, more people speaking. Yes, we do care about that, but it starts from the heart. We care if our investments shift people's hearts to want to learn, to desire to learn. One story that we share is, and one of the initiatives that we invested in, sorry, I'm getting emotional because it was a really beautiful initiative, where a 7-year-old girl stood up for the first time in front of a room like this at her marae. She didn't say anything, but that was a shift, just standing up, preparing to speak. We cared deeply about that. A marae is a traditional built gathering space or home, really, really traditional, if like that's where we used to live, but now that's our place of wānanga. What's wānanga? Yeah, kapai nei. And so that was the start of the initiative. 2 weeks after that, she stood up again. And she was able to recite her genealogy in Te Reo Māori. And so we saw it started with first shifting her heart and just breaking through the fear first. One thing that we haven't said to this room is that sometimes it's not just about using language, but there is some trauma that we must address as well. There is some inspiration and some motivators that we must address as well. So in terms of what are some of the outcomes, a lot of it is to do with attitude, heart shift. Some of it is language use and shift. One initiative reached 2,000 people who learnt about critical mass, those types, so yeah.
Awesome. Wipe your tears, Nathan. I just want to add very quickly, because Nathan's already raised, a very, very critical factor and element in our ability to celebrate small shifts and large shifts. We will celebrate them all. And our children and all our speakers, whether they're adults or children, they will know that we see that as a great success. One of the reasons we do it, it's quite deliberate. It's quite a deliberate technique and strategy, because that is the power behind breaking trauma. We recognize language trauma. We also recognize there are specific techniques and signs, the ability to pick up signs around language trauma and then develop a language technique that overcomes it. So I think that was a very, very important issue and element that's been raised by Nathan. So language trauma is enormous.
Thank you, Nate and Dana, for your answer. It's very comprehensive, and from your response, we know that you really emphasize the use of language needs to be whānau-based, and you really care about the shift of attitude in general public and the children. Yes, we should have ended by 5, but I've been given 5 more minutes. If there are no further questions, I will quickly wrap up. I would like to thank Te Matawai for sharing your experiences, and I would like to thank my 2 panelists for sharing with us your feedback. It seems that there are a lot of parallels, not just the Language Development Acts, but the television and the broadcasting that came about from these development acts, and also organizations to promote languages. There are a lot of parallels, including how we lost our languages, how we are facing this issue and revitalizing the languages. We are walking down the same path, and I believe that after today, after these experiences exchanged, in the future, we will have more innovative, effective, and practical measures to each contribute to the revitalization of our respective indigenous languages. Thank you so much. We will end here now. Is there anything that needs to be added? No? Okay. I will give the floor back to the MC now. Thank you. I would like to thank everyone, and please stay on stage to take a group photo.
Group photo for this session. 好。好，我们摄影师准备好了哈。
Okay, our photographers are ready.
好，我们好，台上的讲者好了吗 ？Okay.
Everyone ready on stage?
Okay, please look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Kia ora. 好 ，one more， 再一张。Okay. Another one. Thank you， 谢谢，再次感谢。
I would like to again thank everyone for coming all this way to our forum today and all of our friends online. This concludes the 2023 Forum on the Revitalization of Austronesian Languages. Don't forget to return your headset and leave your headset and receiver on the table when you leave. I wish you all good health and safety and peace. Thank you.